Hey everybody, welcome to day two of our I never have like a good name for this, but I don't know, what would we call it? I guess just like a business planning workshop. I always feel like I do need to come up with a better name. But I hope everyone is rested up after planning yesterday. If you couldn't make it yesterday, don't worry. You will not be incapable of going today. You just will definitely want to go back and rewatch yesterday. I sent out the replay of it, but if you haven't seen it, it's also on my YouTube. But if you go check that out, it will help you figure out your main goal. And what we're doing today is reverse engineering that. So you might just need to go back and double check after we go through today. Full disclosure, I did not sleep last night. I don't know what happened. I feel truly horrendous. I think you can see the bags upon bags under my eyes. I don't know why. It's just a thing that happens sometimes. I'm fine to keep kicking and keep going, so we're gonna go anyways. But if I'm a bit lower energy, that's why I am so tired and I feel so weird. And all I wanted to do before I pressed go on this call was just cry. And then I was like, okay, now we're in it. So I don't know. Hopefully this will cheer me up. Usually calls like this do, so I'm hoping it will, but just wanted full transparency. I look and feel funny right now to me, which will probably mean that I'm checking myself a little bit more. So right now everyone's dropping their site in the chat just to introduce yourself, let people know kind of who's about. I'm going to drop a bunch of links, so pause for 1 second. If you haven't submitted your site, I'm going to drop all of the free links to the free workbook. This is a Canva link so that you guys can access it. I triple checked today that it's all the right links immediately. And I was on it and put them in a doc ahead of time. So I have them to copy and paste easily now. So we have the free workbook, which is basically a mimic of the way that I do this with sticky notes, except that they won't fall off your wall throughout the year. So this is a great option if you travel a lot, if you got kids, things like that. Then we have the free agenda, and it also has kind of a step-by-step repeatable system of this. I'm going to be working inside of that today, just that way I can screen share it so you guys can see what I'm doing as I plan out what we're doing in the year. Because I figured, first of all, my writing is so truly horrendous. The 2026 on this, I don't think it looks that's probably reversed for you anyway, but I don't think that looks like a 2026. Christine, your cat is so cute. I love that you brought him or her up to the front. Amazing. Theo is asleep in a donut in the corner, so I will bring him after to come say hi to y'all. He's going to bring himself. I did have a call with the doctor this morning, which is why we had to schedule this at noon. I don't usually like noon calls. And he's such a little showboat that if he knows a video call is happening, he has to be there on camera to stare at himself. And the doctor was like, what? I was like, yep, I don't know. That's my dog. Yeah, so we have the free agenda. Then I made some free wallpapers for you guys to use on mobile if that helps with your manifestation. For me, it personally doesn't. I did try this last year and the year before or just last year, actually, pardon me, making a really intricate desktop background too for manifesting. I hated it, honestly. Theo, you gotta not bark at the neighbor's dog, please. But I hated the look of it. It drove me crazy. So it's okay if that's not for you. My version of that is the sticky note of your main goal, on your desktop, on your laptop for the year. So feel free to use them. Feel free not to use them. Feel free to use them as an idea of a freebie you could offer for your own people. Just don't copy them exactly, but I made them in about 5 minutes on Canva, so you could make something pretty similar pretty quickly. Then we also have the free goal setting GPT. So this is a GPT that I made. I literally trained it off of last year's session, and I'm going to be updating it after today's session. Probably, I'll be honest, not today because I don't feel good, but I'm going to be updating it with all the new little tidbits that we go through. So it'll be able to basically be a mini Nina and walk you through this, especially if in the middle of the year you're everything's gone to shit, I need some help. It'll be able to help you with that. So Those are all in the chat for you. They were also emailed to you yesterday morning, yesterday with the replay, and I'll send them to you again with the replay of today's session. And I don't think I made it clear to everyone, the replays will just be up. Like, they're not going to go away. I'm not gatekeeping these sessions in literally any way, other than that I needed your email to send you all of these things and the updates that I'm making. Because another thing that I'm adding that I didn't have time to get to is I'm going to make an accountability like buddy matcher system so that you guys can actually like find accountability buddies if you want to find collaboration buddies, and really help each other grow, but also help each other stay consistent with this. Because the last step of our system today is being accountable to someone else. So I will be making that and I will be emailing it out. That's the only reason that like I need your email. Also, full transparency, currently, I am going to share my screen for this because I spent far too long making this thing. So I need you guys to see how cute it is. I'm currently running my cost of living is fucked sale. This is my annual sale that I do because I don't believe in Black Friday sales, but I also get FOMO. So basically the way it works is every single thing that I offer, except for the profitable part-time blogger program, is 25% off on its own. But I also have bundles of different things that are up to 60% off. And that does include the profitable part-time blogger. And every single purchase of anything from me, including I have a $7 offer. If you buy that, 25% off, it's $5.25, I want to say. You're going to get 2 exclusive workshops. And I let you guys vote on them. They were pretty close. This one won, but I wanted to do workshop number 2. So you guys are just getting both of them. Any purchase is going to get you, and not like, I'm going to say entered, it's not entered to win, just like entered in the email God system to get a workshop of me updating a post. I'm going to Loom video me updating a post, like in real time that I'm actually publishing on She Knows SEO, because I, first of all, need to update some content there, but also so you can see how I update it for SEO, AI SEO, affiliate income, and email signups. Real post. I'm also going to talk like through what I'm doing. That way you guys can understand what's happening. But that will be sent to you in January. And same for a workshop of exactly how I grew from 60K to 600K in a year, breaking down all the income streams. Because people often ask me about this. I do have like bits of it in different places. I have since stopped sharing any income like breakdown statements due to, unfortunately, some safety concerns that just don't go viral on Twitter. That's my advice. In like any profession, don't go viral on Twitter. It will ruin everything. And it means that I can't safely share income statements anymore. Also, FTC guidelines, I want to be careful to never sell income promises and stuff like that. But I do think it's pretty cool that I did that in a single year. And I want to share what the system, like where I was making money. It was between 2 different blogs of mine, my old travel blog and She Knows SEO. So you'll get, I think it's going to be a Loom video and either a spreadsheet or a Google Doc of like me like talking over it. I'm not going to make Canva slides. I hate Canva slides. But yeah, you will get both of those emailed to you. You will not have to do anything for them. And they're not going to be live. They're going to be pre-recorded. But I will, like, you will have perpetual access to that. Like, it's not going to be a workshop webinar thingamajig. It's just something you get. So either buy anything that I sell, or because a lot of you guys own almost everything I sell or plenty of the things that I sell, if you wouldn't mind donating $20 USD or Canadian to one of 5 charities, I have them listed at the end and I'll scroll to them in a second. We have a little form in Airtable. Just send me a screenshot that you donated, and then you'll be entered as well. Or I also have a lot of students that have made cool stuff, and some of them have submitted things to be a part of this sale. So you can also check them out. So those are all the options. You can see we've got like all the links to go find everything. In my opinion, the best option is the She Knows Everything bundle, because you're saving almost $1,500, which is kind of insane, but it gets you every single thing that I've created and sell by myself, including the profitable part-time blogger, where you are getting like in-depth group coaching with me, where I go through and audit your site. I audit an offer of yours. I audit a blog post, and we have some cool challenges that we go through. I do want to be clear. People ask this all the time, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep this like short. I don't mean this to be a spiel of like a sales pitch. We're going to jump in really quick in a second. But just to clarify something, all of my offers get updated at least once, like every 18 months ish, but sooner if there's been a change. So every single SEO offer is updated for AI SEO as well as SEO, just to be clear. I don't think I've said it on all the sales pages because, to be honest, I don't like sales pages, so I just don't care. But I need to go through and like note that. But yeah, everything that I sell is still a best practice. I would not sell it if it was not a best practice. So then for the charities, you have some options of things that do exist kind of around the world a bit. The United Way is the best one if you want to like donate to something that is not Canadian specific. The other ones are a bit more Canadian specific, but some of them do take donations in other currencies. So we have Autism Dog Services. I always want to say Autism Service Dogs. Pudgy Pups, which is a rescue center that I volunteer at, and I'm currently redoing their SEO, and they're letting me record some stuff on that for them, for you guys. The Mira Foundation, which does guide dogs. The Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation, which is for cancer research, and the United Way, which is all about like community and social resources and helping new immigrants in Canada get work. Then we have some student offers. So we've got a bunch of different things for basically whatever you could want. We've got so many cool offers down here. So yeah, that's all going to be on till December 24th. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. There we go. Okay, so spiel over. We're going to jump right into how today is going to work. So for today, the way that we're going to run all of this is if you open up the agenda, and don't worry if you don't want to, I'm going to like be walking you through it. But yesterday we set our main goal. We're going to start reverse engineering that goal. So I find it really intimidating to look at a sticky note. So this was my goal from yesterday, $1 million profit, which is, someone called it a like butt clenching, or was it like a butthole puckering goal? And I like that term. They said someone else did it. I need to go back to the chat to remember who that original person was. But it's a goal that makes me feel kind of sick, more so than I already feel a bit weird. And like, yeah, I feel weird saying it. I don't really want to say it. You need to say these things. But if I just look at that, it's really easy to shut down, right? Like it's easy to be like, holy shit, $1 million. Like money blocks, being like, oh, like I'm greedy for wanting that, whatever. But it can also be like, hey, that's just too much. Like to go from, if you were going from 0 to $1 million in a year, very hard. But like to go from where I'm at, where we had over 500K in profit before I even went away this year, which did allow me to slow down a lot of things after like my medical leave, so that I didn't have to do as many things like to push when I got back, so I could have a slow kind of comeback to work, which is amazing. I'm just seeing some stuff in the chat. You don't need paid ChatGPT for all of my things, but I do recommend it for anything long form. And I'm really glad someone said my best AI related purchase was, I think it was the GPT sales system or something, or the AI co-writer system. Yeah. So happy. Sorry. Anyway, ADHD. I'm just going to minimize the chat for myself, or squirrel brain will happen. But yeah, it could be too scary to try to accomplish that. So what I think is good instead is to break it down into like 12 kind of ladder goals, I guess, like goals that can build off of each other to make it easier for you to like hit that long-term goal. It's also something to consider, like not having a linear like ladder framework if you know that at a certain time of year your business does more, or if you know you're taking time off. So like another one of my goals that I think I did decide, I think this is one of my top 3 in the end. I ended up like leaving them on my desk, and then the air or the heating vent is right above it, so they all kind of blew around. I'm pretty sure that like 3 months off work was one of the top 3 I went with. If I just look at that, I'm like 3 months off in a year. Crazy. Like, oh my God, am I even going to work? Like, what's happening? But if I actually break it down for 12 months, if I took 1 week off every month, like that gets me, does that get me to it? Roughly. Yeah, that would get me roughly to it. So it's like 1 week off a month feels so much more reasonable, right? But also if I know like, oh, hey, actually, I'm going to a friend's wedding end of March and then doing a trip beginning of April to like put it together. I know that that's 2 weeks that I'm going away. So I also know at that time not to be like, hey, peak income month is going to be right here when I'm not here and I'll be stressed. So we kind of need to blend our goal with actual life and also with making sure we make space for ourselves. So, what I want you to do to start is start looking at your big goal, whatever it is, and feel free to pop it in the chat if you want to. And then we're going to break it into 12 pieces. So I want you to think about every month of the year, and it can help to write this out. So actually, let me open up that and share my screen again. There we go. Okay. So if you go to like the step-by-step goal setting guide, kind of anywhere around here would work for you. You could do this in a spreadsheet. You can do this in your calendar app, whatever you want. I just want to do it somewhere that you guys can like see it as I do this. Let me make it bigger because I have bad eyes and I'm sure it's harder when it's even further away. So if we have like January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, Sept. Sorry, I should have pre-done this. I'm just realizing. So the first thing that I kind of want to start with is blocking off the months that are no-goes for me, or like putting in like the real life things. And I think that's something that I didn't do before that really hurt the way that I would set this stuff up and would end up with me not knowing, like not realistically building out a month to the point where I was just like, like, oh no. So for me right now, I know that like in January, I'm going on a trip. Week equals trip. I know that last week equals trip. And then I know that the first week of April is for sure. First week equals trip. And so by blocking that off first, that really helps me like make sure that I'm saving time for real life. So in this example that I did with Steph, this was like one of our first drafts when my VA Steph came over and we were planning out my year. You can see that there's stuff like highlighted in blue, and the highlighter in blue are things that I'm like doing for personal life, but also that are immovable. They are non-negotiables. They have to happen. And that means that we're working around planning our life. So I want you to just like look at your year and mark out those life things. Then once you have those written down, then we can start breaking up our goal into something that's more manageable. So like I have to get my phone to do math because I'm not doing mental math, especially when I don't feel great. But 1,000,000 divided by 12 is 80, let's just say like 83,500 a month. So if I'm like, okay, I need to hit that, I'm just gonna actually do an easier thing of like, let's just do 120K. That way it's like 10K per month because I don't have to break that down more. If I said like my goal is 120K for the year, then if I say I need to make 10K each month to hit that, is that actually reasonable? Because like I said, like what if I'm off for 2 months and the only way that I'm making that 10K is from client work? Well, then that makes no sense, right? Because I'd have to take those 2 months off. So I haven't actually given myself the space to do that. Or what if I'm only making like $500 right now? Well, to jump from 500 to 10K in a singular month, I did that only because I literally went from 0 to 10K because I was not using affiliate links and I had just gotten into an ad network. So it just kind of all converged in 1 month and just showed me how much money I was leaving on the table. But it wasn't like, oh, this money just magically appeared. Like it was just I say that to people sometimes and people are like, oh, you just like found it. And I'm like, no, I had like a bunch of like dead affiliate links. I literally had posts with like nothing in them that were selling. And I just went back in, changed things. Luckily, I already had like an established-ish newsletter. I had a newsletter that I could pop them into. Like there were things that I could do that most people can't just jump into day one. But sorry, immediately lost. This is going to happen a couple times today. I'm sorry, guys. Again, not feeling great. So squirrel brain is squirreling. But yeah, so if I said 10K, well, immediately I'm probably going to feel like shit. I'm also then not really accounting for like, okay, am I going to do a big sale? So I told you guys that like being here, you're going to kind of see behind the scenes of how I'm planning out She Knows SEO's year. And just full transparency again, I'm chaos, so things can change, but you're getting a preview of what we're currently planning and we think is going to happen. But for me, and so in my like on my little notes with Steph in pink, those are the things that like are kind of major things that I want to do that are it like bigger income things. So having like my cost of living sale, I know is me doing a launch, and me doing an active thing like doing a launch tends to make me more money than me like just passively letting the month ride sort of thing. So if I mark those out, like I think we said we're going to try and do the PPTB launch in June was the current plan. And I'm just going to highlight these different colors for our purposes here. That way you guys can see. And so we're just right now filling in our calendar with what we already have planned. We're going to come up with new things after. But what I can see here, a very rough version, I haven't planned out any other time off for later on. But I can see that like, okay, now I know that like this PPTB launch is going to happen in June. I at first said I wanted it to happen in April. And then we went, oh, why would I have it in April if I'm taking 2 weeks off to go on a trip? It's overseas. So like, that second week back, I'm likely to like have slightly lower energy, maybe be more tired. So why would I give myself essentially a week to prep for what I want to be my one like big launch of the profitable part-time blogger in a year? Like, why would that make sense? So this is kind of like a new way that I'm starting my system because I think it's important before we fully break it into the 12 pieces that we actually look at some like grounding in reality. And this very much has come from working with my assistant, Stephanie, with my OBM, Alex, who have called me on my bullshit a lot with being like, hey, is that a reasonable choice? And usually with me, the answer is no, it's not. And I need to like think a bit further ahead. So that's what I want you to start with. So if everyone can just like, even if you're mentally mapping it out, whatever, if you're using any of the like the things that I gave you, play around with them. If you're using a calendar, great. If you're going to use sticky notes, amazing. Then like maybe take a sticky note, rip it, and like just like note in each month if something is happening. A way that I've done this before is I'll put 12 sticky notes down and I'll just like write in like a different color pen at the top, like an asterisk on each month where I'm like, hey, this is a thing to consider and like be careful of like avoiding going crazy this month or something. And then once we have all of that, that's going to give us kind of our base framework. So if we think of this almost like outlining a blog post, we are outlining our year with our must-dos, with our things that we have to have, with like the personal time, especially. A question I often get asked is about making sure like how you plan content, especially around travel, because I used to be a travel blogger, so I have a lot of travel people in my audience, but also like I took 3 months off this year unexpectedly. And people were like, well, how did you like prep for that? Because the second time I was able to know a couple weeks in advance, which was good. And the main way that I could do that is by being able to like I had carved time out like kind of in my schedule, and luckily it slightly overlapped. So I was able to adjust things. But yeah, it meant that I also didn't feel quite as much like, the world is falling apart when that happened. So if everyone could just give me a like thumbs up when you've done that, that's going to help me out because we have some goals over here, which I appreciate. And yeah, I also don't trip plan more. My friend's wedding is like in, it's end of March. And I was on a call with her recently and she was like, So, do you have tickets yet? And I was like, I just booked my tickets literally 2 days ago for my trip the second week of January. So, I am in the last minute trip planning club as well. But if we can roughly say, like, this year, what I had intended to do is my 30th birthday in September. I wanted to go to Malta. I'm planning to do that now around March or April. But I knew that I'd carved out like 2 weeks of time for that in September. So when I was off for 9 weeks, and part of that was in September, that covered that 2 weeks for me. So yeah, this is basically my base. So when we have something like this, and again, like what I want, I don't think I actually said it yet. I always say again, but it's just things in my head that I've told myself. What I want to make clear as well is one of the reasons I like to use post-it notes, or I like to do it here, or even like have a rough draft, like the rough draft Steph and I started with, is because these are editable. Like we're going to play around with things a little bit. And one thing that I like is like, you'll see like tiny stickies on the side over here. And they're things that I can move around because as we were playing with it, I was sticking them in different places. Same for if you have the 12 months in front of you, you can move them around. Here, it's something you can edit. Do not be afraid to edit this. We are not laminating this. We are not publishing this on like the cover of the New York Times. We are just making a schedule and we can adjust it. That's important. Okay, so once we have that, then we're going to start breaking things down into quarterly themes. So I mentioned the milestones, and we're going to do like the exact divide of milestones in a second. But something that like, I don't know, I'm pretty sure most of my family is neurodivergent and just not diagnosed. I'm sure that they're like not just a bit neurospicy. I'm like, oh, someone like emptied out like 4 spiced containers in where they were mixing y'all together. Okay. Because a lot of the things that we do in my family are very neurospicy. One of the things is that when I was growing up, my mom would love to like do themes. My mom loves to cook, but she would do like, okay, it's the summer of crostini. And if you don't know what crostini is, it's like little pieces of toast with like it's an appetizer with something on top. And for an entire summer, for like 3 months, all we ate was like toast with little bits on top. Another summer it was sliders. Another time it was like a winter of empanadas. Sometimes it's just a month. And like it's cool because it's good food, but it's insanity at the same time. But I took that kind of and I started to roll with it. So when I had my like big success in my first year back in 2022, I did these pushes essentially. When I did my 6 months to 50K, it was supposed to be 12 months. So I had set up like that I was going to do, okay, like an audit for this amount of time. Then I was going to go into like pushing out new content. Then I was going to go into like kind of pushing for I think I was going to then do outreach for something and then something else. And then it shifted a little bit. But once I got into Mediavine and realized I needed to push for income, then I started doing like a themed, like I did the summer of affiliates to really like push for affiliate income. And all that I did at that point was focusing on affiliates. And that massively helped me. So it's something that I still do now when I'm thinking about like, how am I going to grow this business? What am I like really focusing on in these periods of time? And I personally find it nice to have kind of like a container of 3 months. So here, for example, I did like just a little, I don't know, yeah, just a base example of like what could happen, where you could have Q1 is all about new content creation. Q2 is about affiliates, maybe scaling if you have some already. Then Q3 could be launching a product. Q4 could be like kind of doing an audit, going over, analyzing things. And usually in Q4, people tend to do something around Black Friday. So it's kind of leaving space that like that could happen there. And to be clear with the themes, you're not saying like, oh, I'm not going to do anything else. This is just the main focus of what you're doing. So for example, for Q1 for me right now, I'm going to do my own little like Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. I like cannot type if I'm on camera. Some weird extra disability I have. I'm not sure. I've got so many already. We don't need more. But for me, Q1 is really going to be about audits. Now, I actually start with auditing paid content first, and then I go down to free content because ultimately, for me, students come first. I will always prioritize students and clients first because they have trusted me with their money. I don't care if it was $5 3, 4 years ago. They've trusted me, so it comes first. So, for example, like I know that PPTB, the site setup, and SEO modules. I'm going to do some like revamping of some stuff there. We're redoing like the entire coaching system. I'm building out like a really cool coaching system. I guess automation, I guess would be the right word for it. And we're adding in some new like tech expert help and things like that. So I know that Q1, my goal is to like get all of that wrapped up in a nice little bow. Then for Q2, I think Q2 is mainly going to be focused on, I didn't write this down on this page, so we're going to have to come up with something. I know that Q4, because I want to do software launch of the new software I'm working on. So I know that like that's going to be like the thing. So it gives me like a large benchmark milestone to work towards. You can also use this to break up income. I think it's more fun to do it by like type of task rather than being like, okay, in Q1, I have to have made exactly this much money. People around Black Friday kept telling me that like, oh, Q3 is when I make like, or no, Q4. I don't know. They'd say like, yeah, it's Q4. They'd say like Black Friday is when I make like 75% of my income. And like, I was like, the f are you talking about? That's so stressful. Like, then you go all the rest of the year panicked. Like, what the hell? So I was not a fan of that. So let's say for Q2, for me, it's going to be creating new courses and let's just do content creation because it'll probably be some course things. I have a couple things I want to launch I'll tell you guys about later. I also want to do some new stuff on the site. Oh, that was the other thing in Q1 was the rebrand. Mostly because I don't have to do stuff for the rebrand. It's that I'm outsourcing the rebrand stuff, but I want it done in Q1. So like to me, that's not a theme I have to do at least. So then we have content creation, and then let's say Q3. I'm pretty sure that one was like that I wanted to focus on. What was it? I had this somewhere. This is the problem is that I have so many sheets of paper on this desk. I've now lost it. So software launch, million profit. Oh, it was that I wanted to do a GPT sales system launch. So those are like kind of my big things. So it's like software, kind of like an AI focus for this time. This time's going to be auditing kind of everything, but ultimately it's going to be focused on the idea of getting things like set up again, kind of in the business. I like a fresh kind of system for the new year. And then Q2 is going to be on like creating more content on the back end, dealing with things like that, and kind of like fun, I guess, because like I don't like spring. I think spring is the worst period of time. So I do tend to try to like shove as much stuff in there as I can, especially because like Q3 is like it's summery. I want to be outside a bit more. Many people might just say like time off here. Now, because one of my goals is 3 months off work, I might also give myself like in these kind of Q1, 2, 3, 4, I might list like, okay, Q1 right now, I know that I'm for sure taking 2 weeks off. So maybe I say like 3 weeks off. Let's just say for 3 months, it's going to be 3 times 4, 12. Let's say it's going to be 12 weeks that I want to take. So maybe it'll be taking maybe just like 1 week off. Oh, Gemma, your puppy, so cute. I love it. What I love so much about you guys in my audience is like that you all show me your pets. And like genuinely, anytime you want to send me a photo of your pet, anytime you want to tag me in a photo of your pet, anytime you want to reply to an email with a photo, like you could be promoting anything else, talking about anything else, and just be like, at Nina. And if I see a pet, like I'm happy. So like always do that. Okay, I'm gonna just like finish typing out the weeks off that I'm thinking of now. Drop in the chat what your Q1, 2, 3, 4 themes are gonna be. And it's okay if they're not finalized, but it helps to like see other people's as well, I think. If it's something where you're going for an income goal, I still think like, okay, think about where that income is going to come from. In PPTB, the system is really set up in like, I call it a 4-part system, even though there's like 6 core modules, but that's because the intro bit's like business planning, site setup. But the 4 main things are you're going to do Q1 is you're going to create content that brings people to you. So that's SEO. Then Q2 is going to be, we need to start like selling for the first time. We're going to do that with affiliates because they can then all of this stuff can sit, rest, marinate, bring our people in as we go out. And then we're going to go build our email list in Q3, Q4, we're going to create an offer of some sort. Now I say Q1, 2, 3, 4 does not have to be like none of those quarters are the best time to do those things. I just mean whenever you're starting is quarter 1. I don't care about like business quarters here. So do it whenever. But then if you're like, okay, income is the goal, well, where's that income going to come from? And if you know that you want it to be sponsorship income, somewhere in this, you need to prioritize some sponsorship outreach. So maybe like Q2 then is going to be, okay, I really want to get 5 press trips in like the next year. It takes time to get those. You got to schedule them. You got to like plan for no's and you got to go on the trip. So I wouldn't save that for Q4, right? So start like thinking about things that way. And remember, it's editable. And I personally like having like the batch system, having like the like themed months. If none of this feels good to you, the other thing that you could try doing is setting up as like weeks. So like week 1, 2, 3, 4 of each month. And then we'll just repeat every like as a theme. And then you'll repeat those themes each month, but what you're doing could change. Okay, let's see what people have shared in the chat. All right, I have to scroll a bit. Okay, here we go. We have Miguel has Q1 finished PPTB SEO module, Q2 affiliate posts, Q3 digital product. I love it. Q4 scale and optimize for year-end profit, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Christmas. I love it. I would add email in there, Miguel. I know that we've already set up a freebie in like the intro of your newsletter for you, but maybe between like Q1, Q2 is just like start fostering that email list. You can even set up, I saw Sadie Smiley, shout out to her because I'm also using her Zoom right now. She very kindly offered it to me so we could like have as many people as we wanted. But she has like a 52-week email sequence set up where she'll still send new stuff around it, which I thought was really cool. I haven't really seen people do that way before. You can like pre-schedule then a year of stuff and then just like pause when you're going to do a launch or something. That should work. Okay, Katie says increase UGC income, so pitching system, Amazon on-site videos, social media branding, retainer clients. I like that. Okay. I don't know enough about UGC to know. I think the pitching definitely has to happen first. I get that, but that makes sense to me, I would say. Fiona, we have product creation and affiliate optimization, new content, increased visibility, product creation / content audit. Love it. Okay, we have batch posts with PPTB from Judy and add affiliates properly. Love it. 2, topic of digital ebook. 3, get audit of site from Nina. Okay. Oh, that's all in Q1. Good. I was going to say, I was like, those are not just an audit from me. I will say they're great. It should not be a whole quarter. It will not take that long for me to do it or for you to go through it. Okay, Kessler, we have affiliate audit. Then Q2 is going to be product launch and brand outreach, Q3 and 4 TBD. And don't be afraid to repeat it. Like it's okay if you like have multiple product launches. It's okay if you have multiple things. I kind of just like having like for audits, it's going to be kind of everything. We've got some stuff coming. I have some other little bits I'm going to share with you guys when we get to, I'm trying to like drip feed out it, like some of the cool things I'm doing this year, into like when we do like the monthly milestones and then the action plans. But there's a reason that Q1 is kind of a bit vague, but Q2 is like probably going to be like SEO / monetization. And then Q3 will be AI. And then Q4 will be kind of a myriad of stuff. But even just having like containers like that, having it like, okay, maybe a certain silo you're going to work on. If this is something where you're like, hey, I have 2 things on my site. For my old travel site, it would have been like moving abroad, Canada travel, and I could have just cycled through those in 2 different things. So yeah, you can adjust. Christine, I think I see your pen up. Do you have a question? Okay, just want to make sure. I was gonna say, if people have questions, like feel free. We're gonna do I'm gonna fully go through everybody's year plan at the end. I'm kind of doing these now to start getting us on the right path, because if I waited strictly till the end and you were off track, you'd be. And I don't want that. That would suck for all of us, right? So like, I am going to go through. But yeah, if anyone has questions, pop them in the chat, and then like raise your hand or whatever if you want to unmute. But you're always welcome to unmute. Okay. Priyanka said, should community growth be a theme? I want to create an FB group and also grow my newsletter. Yeah, I think definitely. I think audience connection could be a theme. I think that like socials could be a theme. I think that it also could be something that like maybe it's not going to take the whole time. Like the software launch, realistically, it's probably going to take me a week to do the actual launch. There's a lot of stuff happening in all the other months. I've been working on it basically for the last 4 weeks as well. So like it's going to take time, but I just know that like that, first of all, gives me kind of an end date. So I can always work on it sooner. That's a good thing. But I also then can kind of theme the content that I'm making. I can predict, like I said, where income might come from, and I can play around with things a little bit more on like the back end to make sure things are aligned and ready for it. So if community growth is the goal of, let's say, like Q1 for me, if I'm like, look, I want to like grow that email list to, I actually like having a small email list. I'm one of those weird people that like deletes people as much as I can. It's one of the reasons why during sales, I'm very okay sending a ton of emails that will get people off my list if they don't want to be there. But there's always an opt out at the top, just so everyone knows that you can just like opt out of a sales sequence and then come back later. And if you purchase, you're automatically opted out. So like also you're safe. But yeah, like I'm very okay with not having a ton of people. But let's say I wanted to have like 20,000 people on my newsletter. Okay, well then what are the things that I'm going to have to do in Q1 to get there? Can it all be done in that month? Maybe not. But if that can be the focus, maybe I'm doing the hardest stuff. If it's growing my Facebook group, starting a Facebook group, honestly, you can do that in a day. You can do that in an hour. Starting a Facebook group does not take time, but creating a community takes time. So maybe you're like, okay, Q1 is going to be community. So I'm going to run a live thing every month that's like exclusive for my communities. I'm going to like really deep dive, and like maybe you just say like, hey, for my own purposes, I'm going to answer every question anyone asks or posts for the entirety of like Q1. And then after that, maybe stop. I think I'm the only person out there that continued to do that the entire time my Facebook group has existed. I love doing it. Like shout out for my free Facebook group. Go there, and I'm so happy to like answer any question all the time. But yeah, a lot of people don't want to do that, or they only want to do it for a limited period. So consider that. Maybe you're like, okay, there's going to be giveaways run. There's going to be things like that. But definitely community growth can be something. Okay, Dan, is it Dana or Dana? I actually don't know, and I should know this because we talked on Threads a lot. Get book out / set up site with SEO, email list push, launch first cohort of mastermind, grow community, refine for additional cohorts. Yeah, I like that. That is more than 4 quarters, to be clear. That's 5, but I think you could probably combine some. Like I think the like maybe grow community and the refine could be together. Definitely the email list should happen before the first cohort. Okay, Christine says content and audits, Q2 create course, Q3 and 4 have to decide. Fair. Penelope, Q1 is about systems, planning, making those plans as goals much more specific. I like that. New business venture launching soon. I got a behind the scenes of that, and you guys are going to freaking love it. Penelope was sharing that with me yesterday because we chat a bunch, so I'm super excited for you guys. Q1's also an affiliate audit and update / improve the affiliates. I have my top 10 performing blog posts. Yeah, so I think having like it being maybe systems plus affiliates would be good. Because right now these are kind of 3 different things. It could also just be like make money easily or something, because these 2 things are money. And then the first thing, the Q1 thing, sorry, I realized for the recording, that's not super helpful to have in the corner. But the Q1 thing could then be like the systematization is what's making it easy, if that makes sense to everybody. Okay, Lisa says Q1, non-SEO growth focus and major travel. Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, like, what's major travel? personal travel. I like that. Q2, content creation and affiliates. Q3, content creation and major travel. Q4, TBD. So fair. Emily's goal is 100K. So we have Q1 is going to be product launch. Q2 will be content creation. Save some of those like little steps. We're going to do those in a second. Q3, no idea, but content creation too. Fair. Q4, brand deals slash affiliate. Yes, I'd say Q4 then is probably like extra income is the theme in a few different ways. Terry, we have traffic and product launch. Q2, adding a resource page is a small thing. I would say Q2, your focus then is affiliates because an affiliate upgrade, a resource page is a type of affiliate promotion. All of that can happen there. I'm hitting my win now, guys. Like this has cheered me up so much. Thank you so much for being here. Like my day would have sucked without this. So like I'm getting the vibes now. Q3, book number 2 in partnerships. Q4, content batching. And yeah, love this. I think Q4 could even be like analysis of like what's working to do that batching. Don't forget to do analysis, guys. Audits, this is the thing. I think people refresh stuff, but sometimes they forget to analyze before they refresh. Okay, Shelby, we have content audit. I think that like the content audit, all of those things fall together. So that's very good for Q1. Q2 is pitching, press trips, tourism boards. Q3, sales funnel. Q4, refine and evaluate slash email collab. Yeah, I like that. Okay, Gemma says Q1, email list, Stampede, affiliate market, Substack. Yeah, so you've got like a bunch of things happening there, which I love. And it does seem like you've like broken it out, like I said, in like the almost like weekly, I guess, topical thing, but that's great. And I like that you have Raptive there. I think we don't want the goals in quite yet, but we're just about to do that. So that'll work. Content creation and then no idea. I think Q4, thank you so much for sharing that, Brittany. I appreciate Brittany actually putting the links. And Dana, good, I'll remember that. But yeah, Q4 is a while away. Q4 is the one that I change the most often. And also you're usually tired. So like you kind of do what you can. Okay, Kai, I think it's Kai. I'm hoping I said that right. Q1 is content creation and email list. Q2, book launch, and then visibility, probably a part of that launch. So I'd say the launch is probably the focus. Q3, product launch. Q4, TBD. Love it. Priyanka, Q1, affiliate and redoing points and miles course. How long should we block off? Oh, this is a really interesting question. Okay, how long should we block off for launches like with the sales emails and such? I, blanket statement, think that launches should be no more than 1 week max. I think otherwise people get tired of it. So doing something that's like anywhere from 1 to 7 days, oddly, odd numbers work best. So usually like 1, 3, 5, 7. I personally like 5. I'm doing 7 this time, but usually I just do 5 days. So you can do that. And then we typically want to leave like bare minimum a week between launches. I would say leave like 2 to 3 weeks if you can. If not a full month, your audience gets tired. So I would say even for like the audience, the affiliate or the points and miles course, it depends on how long it would take, but could you do both and have it be like an affiliate income optimization Q1? Then community growth, I like that. I think community growth can pair with a launch. Maybe the launch happens in Q3 and then the content creation can kind of happen throughout. And then Q4 can be refinement. Yeah, I think we've talked about the affiliate revenue. Priyanka's in PPTB. So I definitely think the affiliate revenue, that's why I'm thinking it could happen at the same time as the points and miles course. Okay, Jennifer, we have Q1, content creation, blog content, affiliate income. It's a lot of different things. I think we need to, it does look like you're doing the kind of like 4 things. Okay, I can get on that. Brand deals, plan course launch. Yeah, I would say like for me, what I like to do is I like to create and launch a course within 1 period of time. Partially that way you're like pushing through it and you're not like letting it sit in the back end of your database. But so it can be helpful to like be like, okay, Q4 is going to be course, Q3 is brand deals. I do think with brand deals and stuff, like people want you to post them in Q4, they tend to not have quite as much money in Q4, from my understanding, depending on the type of brand deals. So you might want to do like Q3 brand deals because that's when you're like pushing for it. And then Q4 is going to be the course stuff. And maybe you're doing some creation here and you're doing some like implementation of the brand deals here, but kind of breaks it up. You know what I mean? Okay, we have Bea, we have goal 1,500 per month. revenue, not working full time. Right. Okay. So we got Q1 is going to be content audit. Can you see that I'm so ADHD? I have to like highlight things to read them. I thought I had dyslexia. It turns out it's just an ADHD thing. So as always with the, oh, do you see yourself in Nina? Get checked. Here's a new thing. They literally sell this like highlighter thing I want so bad where you put it on your finger and it has like a little like piece of plastic that looks like a highlighter and then you can like track your words with it with your finger. And like the way that my sister roasted me when she saw that in our Amazon cart, she was like, because she thought it was a finger puppet, first of all. She was like, what is this? And I was like, and it was in the same cart where I had a bunch of like dog pajamas and stuff for Theo. So like, to be fair, it was a weird cart. But I think it's so cool. They tend to sell them in crazy packs though. So like, I don't know that I need 50 of them, but it's in there. Okay, so content audit and build a couple more. Yeah, okay, so I want, sorry, I think someone's unmuted. Was someone trying to say something? And I talked over you? My bad. No, okay, I'm gonna mute you then, and then just comment if you, or unmute again if you want to say something. My bad, guys. Okay, we had, so Q1, I would say Q1 then should be not content audit and low ticket products. Like I think that's a lot. So I'd say audit, Q2 then something else. Like just again, we want themes, or it can be whatever this overall fits into. Is this about income? Is this about something else? Like here, Cassidy's done a great job of building visibility, content and community building, affiliates, streamline. Love that, because I think that that really makes it easier to for yourself to then figure out what to put into those months and to figure out why we're doing this. Oh, Terry says resource guide. Ooh, interesting. Why is that your resource page going to be a complete guide? Why is that on your website? Why is that not a free resource, like a downloadable resource? Because that does sound like a lot. I also would say might just be a bunch of different blog posts and then a download of all the things together. Or it could also be a cool database that then you could get people to pay to sponsor. That's an interesting thing I think not enough people do. And I'm going to spoil it. One of the things I really want to launch next year is a course on sponsorship that is specifically not about social media sponsorship, paid travel, none of that stuff. It's about like the ways that I do sponsorship, to have people like, I'll work with someone like with a company to create a free course. They pay me to make it so that you guys get it for free. I've done them for summits now. I've done it to get paid for webinars that then I create for their people. I've done it on retainer. I've done it for like my very minimal socials. I've done a whole bunch of versions of it, especially newsletter stuff. I even like dabbled at some like, I don't think it's quite UGC, but it's like I made a video and then they paid to run ads to it and they posted it, if that makes sense. So like I've done a whole bunch of these things, but there's a lot of cool ways to get sponsorship money of like, if you run a database on your site or like a directory, you can get brands to pay to be there. And then your audience, and this is especially good if you're one of those people that are like, but my audience like don't pay. Like they're just not those type of people. First of all, you're wrong. You have to pay to exist in this world. So there's stuff that they're gonna buy. But second of all, like, if it truly is something where they can't pay, like there's no reason for them to, get the companies to pay, get the other businesses to pay. Small businesses like to support other businesses. My sister has a billboard that I think is the dumbest financial choice of her entire life. You can't track who's seeing it. You can't track if it does anything. So for them to show up on your site where you know your people, that's so huge. So yeah, little like extra, what time is it? Oh God, I've been rambling on for a while. Sorry guys, might go over 2 hours. We're definitely gonna go over 2 hours. You guys know me. If you have to dip, it's okay. Again, the replay will be up. But yeah, I think it's a dumb choice. Businesses will typically sponsor and businesses are typically willing to pay us for that. So keep that in mind. Having custom created ads on your site where they pay you, you don't have to deal with like the page speed issues of Raptive or Mediavine. Raptive has less, so I will say that, but yeah. Okay. Soyanya, I hope I said that right. Write post, professionalize or clean up your site, focus on starting to earn revenue for the site, Q4, not sure. I like that. I think that's good. Penelope talking about email lists, kit renewal date. This is something interesting to me as I keep hearing about kit renewing with a paid thing, but it's supposed to be they have a free 10K plan. So I think what's happening is if you have multiple automations, so message them because you should be able to not because if you delete some automations, you should be able to clear that up and you might not need all of your automations. You could also, a much less expensive way is to, and they're going to get mad at me for telling you this, but get Zapier. And then when people subscribe, you can zap them into an Airtable. And then if you get Airtable, which I think is like $30 a month, probably not even. I think we have like the Max Supreme Airtable account. You can send automated emails through Airtable or through Zapier. I think Make would also do it, but then it can just auto send the emails outside of Kit. And then you wouldn't need Kit to send a bunch of automations for you. It probably needs some like technical zhuzhing. But yeah, it's a workaround that does work. So just putting it out there. Otherwise, MailerLite is what I would say is the second best for sure. I used MailerLite first, then switched to Kit. I like them both. Okay, so I'm just trying to see if there's any more Q1. Okay, Melissa says Q1 content creation, digital product newsletter, kind of repeated for 2, Q3 launch membership, Q4 audits. Yeah, so audit overall. I like that. I think that works. Penelope. Okay, I think I've got, and then, oh, Penelope says Zapier course in the future. No, because I'm not very good at it. I am definitely like, if you guys ever have questions about things that I do with Zapier, I try and put them like in programs as best I can, or I just put them out there. But I cannot technically support you with Zapier, and I will never make a course about something that I cannot technically support. It's why my Black Friday plugin and my scavenger hunt plugin are still free. I am working, I will say I've been like doing some cool stuff with the Black Friday plugin thingy. You'll notice that like on the cost of living is fucked sales page, all of these from my students, they just submitted an Airtable and then an auto put them here for me. So I didn't have to do anything. So for that kind of database of sponsors and stuff, this is really cool. So I'm working on getting it together. I just personally don't feel comfortable ever accepting someone's money if I can't fix issues that may or may not happen. So I will help as best I can. But yeah, I don't want I never want to like do something that I can't support you guys with. So I hope that clarifies a bit. But yeah, I will, YouTube does let you host courses now, which is cool, Brittany. So yeah, all the things. Okay. Oh, we've got so much that we covered there. So we're going to jump ahead and we're going to kind of combine the milestones and the action plan now. So step 5 of all of this is to then create a monthly milestone. So that's where you're going to break down your Q1, Q2, Q3 goals into milestones that are going to happen each month. It's also where you can start breaking down that income. So like I said, for 120K, it would be 10K each month. But does that actually make sense? Probably not really. So even for me with like the 83, it was like 83.333333333, whatever. I'm not doing that. So we're going to say 83,500, which I'm not going to lie to you guys is an insane number to look at, to be like, oh, I'm just planning for that every month. Like, Jesus Christ, that's more than my law firm salary was. And the law firm should have paid me better. That's all I'm going to say. But I could be like, okay, January, I don't currently really plan to launch anything. It's going to be quieter. So I know for me, one of the things that I set as part of my goal is like, it's $1 million profit over the year. And that's profit to also be clear. So that makes us even more. I would need to adjust revenue and stuff. But I could say, okay, my minimum per month I want to make is 20K. So even at my lowest month, it would have to be 20. So I know that I can't go under that, but what number am I going to go for? So I could just say 50. Let's say it's something where maybe I am going to pop something in there that's free. Maybe I'm going to do some sponsored thing. I don't know. There's a few different ways that I could get that I can think of in my head. But I want you guys now to like go through, and for each month, I want you to break out one main focus And if your overall number one goal was income, then I want you to break down what that income is going to be for that month. So what I'm going to do here, because like, again, we've got everything, is I'm going to do like the number and then slash whatever the focus is. So one of the ways that I did this on like the pre-planning thing is you can see that I did like January and then I left 4 lines because I just assume every month is 4 weeks and then you get a free week that lets you like catch up on shit whenever a 5th week crops up. But so I have that there's a free course that I'm working on launching for beginners. I want to do like a free intro to like WordPress and like write your first SEO post and stop letting Yoast and Rank Math gaslight you course, basically. So that's something I want to launch in January. I'm going to Costa Rica, and then I have 2 more weeks that I can fill with stuff after. But over on the side, I did like my focus for the month. So my focus for January is getting that sponsored course out. Yeah, why do I have this twice? I think I called it, oh, I realized what I did. Nope. Gotta switch these. It's the free course. The sponsor course is the other course I was talking about. And then like rebrand is down here. So then I have to go and check, okay, did those 3 things align with my Q1? Well, none of those included an audit. So when are the audits happening? So then I have to go back and be like, okay, we got to rejig. And this is why I like breaking it down in this system, because it's so easy to plan for quarters, plan for your year, then plan for an individual week or plan for a month, and then it goes off the rails. So that's why I like the reverse engineering. So here I would say January is going to be 50K and it's going to be audit focused. So now I know that that's what's happening there. And then maybe February, I have here 2 ideas for courses that I might launch then. So let's say for that, it's going to be 100K. I don't know. Never launched these courses before. I'm not very good about predicting income, so I tend to just write things and then see what happens. But let's say it's 100K, and then it's going to be, let's just pick the sponsor course for now. Sponsor course. So I know that like that's the main thing that's going to happen there. And because with the audit, the free course can get launched during that. So it could be audit plus free course. Only if I know that these things really will only take me 1 month. And it is okay if things take you more than a month. Give yourself realistic expectations here. I do not want you being like 1 month, I'm going to write 400 posts. Because if you do that, they're going to be dog shit. And then you're going to come to me later and be like, Nina, but I have 400 posts. And I'm going to be like, well, why do you have those? Like, what was the point? And if there's no reason, then like, don't have them. I also know for me that like actually around this time, my grandmother passed away December 30th last year. In the Russian tradition, we mourn for like a full year. We do regular meetups at the church and at the gravesite and things. I know that on the 30th is the 1 year like big, I don't want to say celebration, but like kind of celebration of life. And I'm going to be a wreck for about a week after that. And I know that about myself. I'll still be working, but I know that like I'm not going to be like, ooh, I want to be on camera and like, yeah, let's do this. Like that's not happening. So I'm probably going to say that the free course is going to happen at the end of January. I know I'm off for a week. Realistically, can I do a sponsored course here for sure? No, I think I'm actually still going to be working on the audit because I think that in January, this is going to take me at least a week to get this stuff sorted. There's back end stuff. This is something that I'm working with sponsors on. So I am like doing back and forth with them. That is the only negative of getting sponsors to pay for something is that like they do want to approve it to make sure it's good. And I can't just go, it's done, press send. And then all the tech is broken, which is how I usually launch, as you guys know. So I'm going to then adjust and be reasonable as I go. For March, that's when I want to have the rebrand like up. So I'm going to put rebrand, but again, I don't have to actually do much for that. It's I'm hiring people that know what they're doing. And this might be unrealistic. To be honest, I haven't finished all the consulting stuff. So they might be like, Nina, no, in 3 months, we're not doing this. But they all have their own timelines and stuff. So I got to work through it. So I'm going to put that there. I also know that I'm going to be off for the last week of March. So maybe here's where I'm going to do the sponsorship course because that gives me some wiggle room with February beforehand. And because I'm not doing a launch in February, now let's put that at 50. So let's put this at like 150, I guess. I don't know. I'm just trying to, I'm not even doing math as I do this yet. I'm just writing things in because we always just start, just like we write our blog posts. We start without editing. Gemma, oh my God, I love your dog so much. I'm basically just watching Gemma's dog eat treats as I talk about this. But yeah, I'm going to just like go through and be kind of just like figuring things out as I go. When we write our blog post, when we create a piece of content for the first time, anything, when I make a YouTube video, don't edit yourself for the first few, especially, just go. Same for courses and stuff like that. Like when you write your first outline, brain dump. And that's what I'm doing here is I'm getting it all out of my head and I'm writing it down. Then I'll do some addition at the end. And if I'm like 100K short, then I need to try and figure out what month that goes in. If I'm, I don't know, if I haven't included one of those things that I desperately want to happen. Well, if it's not a blue thing, then it isn't a must happen. And maybe it can't happen this year. Or maybe it's going to go in like my bonus vault of like treats that I get to do if I've been on topic and on time with other shit, which like I like having that. I like having the like, I want to do these things. I only get to do them. I only get my dessert if I eat the broccoli. So like, gotta eat my broccoli first, even though they're fun things and broccoli that I have chosen. Like I've cooked the broccoli, I shopped for the broccoli. Still, I will always want to cook you more. So yeah, that's how we're gonna go through and do this. So as you do this, feel free to drop it if you feel comfortable. If you don't feel comfortable, that's okay. Even drop your first 3 months. And again, like it's probably going to change. Actually, let's do that. Let's have people just drop your first 3 months because then I can like really zoom in on it a bit more. And then likely, I always do this where like every quarter, again, when the theme swaps, we're going to talk about like how I do a monthly business date and how I go in and like check things. I will go in and double check, like, are these things working? Are they not working? Am I enjoying it? What am I feeling? Has something new come up that's really important? Like if suddenly I got like a major opportunity in May and I can't launch in June, that's okay. Like no one died. We can shift things. So that's why, or maybe like, yeah, like my first 100K month, I was like, wait, what the, like this happened in June or July. And I was like, no, but like that throws off the whole plan because like the money wasn't supposed to be here yet. What? And like that happens. So it can be good and it can be bad. I've had definitely times where I'm like, oh, okay. Like that month was absolute horseshit. And like now I really have to figure something else out. So yeah, we just want to like leave room for those adjustments. So yeah, if we do, let's go back to like the 10K idea. So if we have 5K and then maybe like 15K here, maybe I never want you to put $0 as a monthly goal. Let's not do that because that's kind of shit. Unless it's like, look, you're literally starting the site, then like just don't put $1 for like until the site is live. If you have no website and no social media presence, if you're making money, you robbed someone on the street. So like, I will not condone that. Let's not mug people. But maybe I'm like, hey, for April, I expect to have like 1K because I know that like for my winter site, April's not a good time for me. And that seasonality happens and that's okay. Many people will have like October, November, December be trash for their ad revenue because people aren't searching for that thing. So then we try and like really boost it when they are, or we alternate. And like, and when I say it's bad for their ad revenue, RPMs can be up, but if traffic is down, it's still bad for ad revenue, to be clear. But then maybe we, yeah, do some like outreach ahead of time to do a sale here, to get some sponsors here, or whatever. This is why we're zooming out and looking at it this way. Okay, so put your first 3 months. What I want to know is what your monthly milestone is. Sorry, I also said we were going to combine step 6. Well, put your monthly milestone first, and then I'll talk through step 6, and then I'll check them. Sorry, again, squirrel brain. So the next thing is the weekly action plan. Like I said, I don't like to think about week or like months as being more than like 4 weeks long. So you can do 5 if you actually look at a calendar and know that there is a 5th week. I don't. I will always assume that there are 4 weeks. That's why on this, I left like 4 spaces. And my intention was to fill it out with roughly the week that I wanted the thing to happen. So the reason that I do it this way is one of my therapists, I've had so many, told me that like it's best to pick like one thing to do a week. It's your one task, it's your one thing. And for me, batch working has really worked well with my brain. So having like, I am going to do all of this thing together, that really works well for me. I don't enjoy like writing a singular post. I like writing 10 posts. I like, rather than creating like, yeah, a one-off freebie, I want to do all of my freebies. I'm very all or nothing as a person. Again, an ADHD thing apparently. So the ADHD fairies have maybe blessed you as well, I guess. I don't know. And yeah, so I like to then break out what I'm doing. So what I often do here then is I will make 4 spaces for myself. So for that first week, I could say, okay, the free course is going to launch. Then I'm going to be on a holiday. Then I'm going to do audit. Except I know that like I haven't recorded this whole thing yet. And I'm sure people are going to have questions about it. I never launch something assuming it's going to be like, it's perfect, it's done, it's like never getting touched again. I always expect to have to iterate. For me, like I try to audit everything, like I said, once a year. I don't get to 100% of things. And it's why I do retire things if they're out of date. Cause I'm not willing to audit something that I'm not currently using. Like, for example, I had a Jasper AI course. Jasper AI still exists. I don't use it anymore, and I don't personally enjoy the company and the way that they do things anymore. And they're much more ad focused now anyway. So I'm like, okay, well, I had that course. I could have kept updating it. It would have kept selling. I don't want to. Like, it's not a part of my follow your fun. So that wouldn't work. But I also know that when I do my audits, I tend to do them in a batch. So I'm going to start with these audits are going to be about courses. So maybe I'm going to say this is like a PPTB audit because I know there's going to be some re-recordings there. And I know like roughly how that's going to need to go. But some of those can cross over into the 50K masterclass because they're both SEO focused. They are at the start, to be clear, they're separate entities. But if I'm already in the mode of recording like a how to like build authority in 2026 kind of session, I can do a different version of that. And if anyone wants to know the difference between these two, PPTB is a system I use to build She Knows SEO, build like a new business I'm working on. That's not the software. It's another thing because why would I ever just do one thing like a normal human? And the 50K masterclass is it's still updated for best practices today, but it's a different system of building a business where it's really traffic focused. PPTB is profit focused. The 50K masterclass is very much about like getting eyes on your site. And it's more for a model of like ad revenue first, where this is like, just hit your profit goal. Because realistically, why should we have to wait for profit? So just to be clear. But I could know that like those are going to happen kind of in the same week because similar vibe. I know that would all work together. And then this could be my AI and like just the AI courses. Most of them are pretty new or were redone pretty recently. So I don't think there's a ton that has to happen there. So then I would just do like AI and any other stuff where like the DA ebook, I really want to change the name because I don't think DA is that important anymore. And it is actually about like authority overall. So maybe just dominate your authority or something. I don't know. I need to figure it out. And the inside, the content has changed. The name has never changed to reflect it. So things like that, like maybe even just checking the links. And some of these things, I am in a position where I can ask a team member of mine to check for those links, to do some of those things. So just know that like I am able to put a lot into certain weeks because I have VAs then who can go or a VA and an OBM who can go and upload, who can handle the tech behind the scenes, who can do a lot of those extra things that I can't. Like I don't have the time to do. If I was auditing all of these and uploading them and checking all the transcripts and checking all the links, like that would be a quarter for me. So just want to put that in perspective. Then maybe for like, if this is like another audit, it would be, extra courses. Let's just say there's extras that I haven't gotten to. Then maybe I do my freebies, and then maybe I spend 2 weeks on blog content. And I limit my time. This is also another important thing with everything that you're doing. I believe that we as humans are like gases. We will expand to fill the space that we have. You will always be able to get a reasonable amount of stuff done if you've given yourself a reasonable amount of time. If you give yourself endless time, nothing will get done. You will have endless to-dos. If you give yourself an unreasonable amount of time, like trying to do a complete audit of a site with over 200 posts and over, I think I have 16 different things that I sell now, and I'm planning to launch new stuff, I got problems. But if you try to do all of that in a singular month, like you're setting yourself up for failure. So we typically want it to be like kind of reasonable, maybe a little bit of a push, but I know that like the AI course and the other courses don't need that much. I've already like mentally figured that out. The blog, I also know that like, can I do every single post or rewrite in 2 weeks? No, by no means can I do that. There's 200 posts, but I do plan to delete stuff. I plan to adjust things as best I can. I do have a lot of content there that can just be like rejigged a little bit. But also anything that I can't adjust in that time, if it's out of date, it's getting deleted. It's gone. I don't care. It does not need to be there. If it's something that my audience would read, and if I have not prioritized it in this period, and I would typically give yourself at least a month, but like, again, I'm in a position where I can also delegate some of these updates. For most people, that's not as much of an option. So basically double or triple any of the time that I'm doing things in. Okay? Just keep that in mind. So if you guys now, if you haven't already put your 3 months, put them, but also put your like 4 week kind of thing. And I would just go through and do it for the year as best you can. But yeah, I think it's just important to have this in mind. Now, if you're the kind of person that does work better in terms of like less batch work, more like, okay, each day of the week is people do like batch work in terms of like batching hours where it's like Monday from 10 to 2, I always do this thing. No, I can't do that. It is truly not a thing for me. The only thing that I know I do every single week is I have one day blocked off in my calendar every week, but I actually like to move it around where I'm going to do my audits for PPTB students because they get custom audits of things. And then I also have like mentally, I know that there's always going to be at least half a day of me doing like student support and responding to things across everything. So those are like just in my head for every week anyway. I guess if you wanted to, you could put them here. But this is just, again, kind of almost like a weekly, like overarching theme of like a thing that I'm trying to get done in that week. And you can still do other stuff. Like I'm going to have a bunch of you guys going like, but I also like need to post on socials and I also need to do this and I also need to do that. Do you actually need to? Like, are those actually getting you towards your goal? Right now, I am running this launch. I love posting on Threads. I don't know why I vibe with Threads so much. It in my Facebook group, like I just love to like shoot the shit there. I wasn't really promoting the sale on Threads. I think yesterday I completely forgot to post until like 9 p.m. on my couch. And I was like, oh, okay. Guess what? No one died. Like, it's fine. It's, again, we're thinking of like that priority of, I think I mentioned this more yesterday, of like, what is the main thing that we have that we're focusing on? And then anything else that we can get done is a bonus, but you cannot get everything done, and that's okay. My YouTube schedule is pretty inconsistent. I love recording YouTube videos. I find it really fun. I do need to like bring in an editor next year. As I said in the last video, don't pitch me right now. I will let people know when I'm hiring for things. If you pitch me out of the time, I tend to just mark things as spam, especially because like everyone that pitches editing for some reason doesn't edit their pitches. I'm like, please, like edit or don't edit their pitches. Edit your pitch because like you look like spam even when I know you're not like mass sending this. I don't know who's teaching that framework. Maybe ChatGPT. Don't send it like that. It's so bad. I will always like send out a note when I'm hiring for something, either for your recommendations or to hire from my audience, just to be clear. But yeah, anyway, so what we're doing here is we're setting the like main thing that we're doing. Your other busy work, your other things, fit them in. That's fine. But I don't want you guys like planning this week and already the week is like, okay, Monday from this to this time, I'm doing this. Okay, if that works, my friend Jessie Festa of Jessie on a Journey, for her that works. She knows that like every Friday she's doing, I think she used to do it once a week, now it's once a month. She'll do outreach to like be on podcasts, all of that. But she still knows that like, okay, over the course of this month, these are the things I'm focusing on. So maybe Mondays are always about, I don't know, recording something. Maybe Tuesdays are always about social promotion for it or editing text. I can't even imagine how to structure it that way. My brain doesn't work that way. But figure out what works for you. I just think it's nice to have a few things that you're doing that give you wiggle room and that are reasonable to accomplish in a week. Now, sometimes you need AI to help you accomplish it. Sometimes you do need to outsource. And the first time you do anything, it will take you the longest. So also adjust for that. For me to like rebrand my whole site, honestly, like if I really sat down for a weekend, I could redo the entire site. I could custom code things. I could figure stuff out. Wouldn't be that pretty. I'm not a visual person, but I could do that myself in a day or two. I won't, which is why it hasn't happened. And that has told me, because it was supposed to happen in January of this year, I need to outsource it. So I also need to like work on other people's timelines. But if this was the first time I was building a site, like building my very first travel blog, I built it sitting in my mom's dog, like a dog bed for my mom's dog. And I think I spent 3 days playing with the sidebar. And that's a very normal first time experience, especially if you're like, you don't have this free course that I'm trying to make where I'm just like, hey, here's exactly how to do it. And some like templates I'm building where you can just like one click go. Because I'm very tired of seeing the same 10 mistakes over and over again that I know are from those like how to start a blog shitty intro posts that I also just need to write my own and then undo their terror. Okay, I'm gonna stop yapping and I'm gonna come and look at. Oh, Penelope said the cat. Penelope's cat also like tries to like steal things from her. Like she'll have her. She sent me a video, and I need you to start posting these kind of. I want everyone to start doing this fun content on every platform. Use your animals. Like we can exploit our animals. Theo's cute as shit. He does not pay bills. So like he's gonna have to help pay bills. And that means exploiting him a little bit. But like she has this video of like she tried to put something behind the screen and her cat was like stealing it, like grabbing it. And anytime she put something like under her desktop screen, the cat would be like, mine. And it was so cute. And I'm not a cat person, but I'm like getting into it now. One of my friends is a cat called Crumpet, and she's basically a dog. She wants belly rubs all the time, and I love her. Okay, Priyanka says, for product launches, can we launch the same products multiple times in a year? Yes, totally fine. Typically, it's not, to me, a launch is, I guess, yeah, it is a launch. Yeah, it is a launch. I was going to say, I guess in my head, I think of a launch as something new, like the first time you've created something. But no, like I'm doing like a PPTV launch, a GPT sales system launch. Those are two things that like I definitely want to do. I plan to keep making the cost of living sale like a yearly thing because I do think Black Friday is oversaturated. But equally, I think the name's just funny. And if cost of living ever gets fixed, amazing. Then I'll just change it to cost of living is not. Here's a present. Like, so I have a backup plan, and I do hope cost of living gets fixed so that can be something I have to do. But yeah, that's totally fine. Typically with a launch though, it's like either a discount or a bonus, or like usually a promo is where you're just sharing something like, hey, this exists. A launch is like something is limited time. Maybe it's closing, maybe whatever. I will say, spoiler for Profitable Part-Time Blogger, we are looking at closing access to it at certain points per year. Just that way I can have people go through it in cohorts so that everyone's like, oh, big sigh. Yeah, I know. You're like, Mama, why would you do that? Right? Noisiest boy. He likes to sleep in his dog bed. It's like a circle, and he has his nose like pressed against the edge, and then he's like, oh, I can't breathe. And I'm like, yeah, but you did this to yourself. Like, you're such a weird boy. I will bring him over after to say hi to everybody. Don't worry. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, that we're gonna do cohorts, so that way everyone can like kind of go through together, and then you'll have like your actual like group that you're like, okay, we're all in section 1 together. We're all in section 2 together. And because we do quarterly challenges, and some feedback that I've gotten that I didn't think of, but is so obvious now, is that if you join, but we're doing the digital product challenge, and you're at the beginning, you might not have an offer yet to like put through the challenge. So it's weird to jump that far ahead. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. So we're adjusting things. There's going to be some switches happening there. Just like to tease. It's not going to be one of those, I'm not saying like, get it now because it's closing. That's not what I'm saying right now. I will give you ample notice when we are pausing that for a period. I just want people to know. And I do have an update on the price increase as well for people. Just to note, there was a price increase of the renewal price. that has now been repaired essentially so that there are still ways to maintain access at a lower cost per year, just so you know. The actual students will be getting an email. I just wasn't feeling well this morning. So I'm going to send you guys an email this afternoon that's like a formal explanation of it. But I want to tell them first, and then I'm going to tell you guys. But I know we have students here as well, but just I always want to I think it's important to tell the actual people in the thing the information first. Okay, so Miguel has Q1, finish PPTB SEO module and write the 14 blog posts. So is that 20K USD or literally $20? I don't know.
Hopefully. Literally $20.
Really funny. I don't know why, but it is. But no, that's fair. I mean, you're just starting, so it does make sense. Maybe wrap it up to 100. Let's push a little.
Okay. The thing is that my thought process behind that is that I just started monetizing with Amazon affiliates last month, and with 6 blog posts, and they made like 14 USD.
Okay.
And this month I've made 15 USD so far. Yeah. With those same 6.
Okay, but remember that you just did the email marketing or like email challenge. I'm promoting those freebies next month. So you're going to get new people that way. And now you have the newsletter and you have that existing stuff. And everyone says January is like a shit time to make money. It's not. Everyone just got Christmas money. And budgets are renewed at offices and blah, blah. People have money. And for a lot of your the standing desks and stuff, people care about their health now. There's things like that. So maybe 50, just push a little higher, because remember, if you don't hit it, it's not the end of the world. It's okay. I always bake in, that's why we do the quarterly checks. I bake in time for us to adjust these things. So, hey, okay, I didn't hit exactly that number, but also I think you've made it hard for yourself. We got a lot of math to do here. We've got 20, 40, 60, at least if all together Q1 was 100, I'd be okay, easier math. And I know it's not that hard for math, but I'm thinking of your overall goal. I think you're going to start having some weird 83 months soon. So round up when needed. But no, I get what you're saying. And I know that you're saying you don't want to focus on pushing affiliates a ton, but just remember you already have those things and they're marinating and they're going to build in that time. So yeah, but I do think I think because I said no $0, you put something. So I do appreciate that. And I do like it. It is very funny to me. And I like that you put the 52 sequence. Okay, we have Priyanka here who has TPG affiliate focus. Okay, yep. February, other affiliate optimization plus points and miles made simple redo. March, relaunch points and miles. Yeah, I love that. I think that makes a ton of sense. And then Penelope, Penelope does batching for socials as well. Hit up Penelope if you need some social stuff, because I just learned Penelope offers services, and if I'd known that, I wouldn't have spent $5,000 on the random nonsense I did. So Penelope, you and Brittany as well. Brittany, who I don't know if she's here. She might still be here. I'm not sure. Brittany also does really great services, but with Brittany, it's a few different things all together. So very multimodal, and both of them, in my opinion, and I've yelled at both of them about this, do not charge enough. So do with that what you will. But yeah, okay. Christine says, January content push, because I got the AI bundle. Woo, you're going to have so much fun. February, create new service offer, and then maybe launch or audit. Yeah, so if you make the offer, definitely do a launch of it. And I'm guessing audit is I would do audit as March, and then just take it out of February, but when you're done early, do it in March. And this is a good note. Christine says audit content before summer season, which is my high season. I recommend auditing stuff 6 months before anything big is happening. So if you have a Christmas blog, don't audit your Christmas site in November, because typically when you adjust things, think of it when I dyed my hair purple for the first time, all my family had to look at me funny a couple times before they were okay, this is just normal. And so Google has to do that. ChatGPT has to do that. ChatGPT takes longer than Google's AI overviews to re-index you, just a note. I found when I've run tests, it tends to take a week or two longer. I haven't done a ton of tests, to be fair. I've done 5, but yeah, I'm finding that is slower to double check you, where Google AI overviews are taking, it's funny. It's like Google search results first, then AI overviews, then chat GPT, like in order. So because of that, you need at least a month of time for it to like move around. And that some of those that I tested were just like new topics. Like when the Mediavine requirements changed, I was tracking when it would start, because with that one I could really pay attention to when it would pick up that something had shifted, right? Like that the requirements weren't 50,000 sessions anymore. So with that, I had to kind of like wait, like I could wait and see when it would come up. And with other content where it's older, you risk, like, again, they'll look at you weird for a bit. So you might drop down for a minute and then come back. You don't want to do that during your highest season. Same for like updating. Well, actually, I think for updating a product, you can do it right before launch. That's kind of okay, but give yourself enough time. So I always think it's kind of nice to like do the updates and then wait a beat, because number one, you can ask your audience, like, did you like what I changed? What's your feedback on it? I found when I've made a change and then immediately launched, like they can be like, oh, I'm so excited, but they can't do the thing yet, right? So it's like, how can they speak to it? It's like where with like PPTB, I can talk about the new coaching system, and we've started the audit ticketing system that like makes sure that I don't miss things and everything like that. But I haven't asked my audience in there to be like, or my students in there to be like, hey, give me a testimonial about the like how you like the organizational structure, because it's not done yet. So like we have, and what's in there is freaking cool, but we got some cool shit coming. Like Alex has gotten me into systems and it's dangerous. And Alex also, guys, by the way, Alex is for hire. Like she does not work exclusively for me. So if you ever need systems, she'll do one-off builds, which is like wild. She's for a coaching student of mine. She's currently building like a full system for their one course service, like I guess membership. It's again like kind of a 1-year program. So I never really know what to call those succinctly. But she's building out like the full system for it, and it can be a one and done. So just putting that out there. She's worked with really cool people and still works with really cool people and agencies beyond me as well. So like that freaking girl, man, like she is up leveling her skills every year. And I'm like, please don't leave me. Don't leave me with my chaos. Yeah, and you can just email like her site's a nomadic entrepreneur, just so you know. And she also has courses and stuff that you can get if you want to like DIY it or learn how to do it. And then maybe she would hire you for the agency that she may or may not be building. Just saying. Okay. So Christine says January content push, February create new service. I already said that one. Gemma, January, we have email lists and lead magnets, create the weekly newsletter for solo travel, set up Substack for politics. I like that you're like breaking it up. Someone you should speak to, I don't know, Gemma, if you know the Planet D, who have now become the Planet Democracy. They're Deb and Dave. They're so much fun. They're so cool. I recently went to their house. They were supposed to come to Costa Rica with me, but timing didn't work out. So I'm like, I've got to go and like just be in Costa Rica by myself. Poor me. And I'm like, no, it's fine. But yeah, they and Theo, actually one of their videos, I was like sitting at their kitchen island as they were recording it upstairs, just trying to keep Theo quiet because he kept trying to like run up and see Deb. It was really cute. But you should chat with them because they got some cool stuff. Okay, it's February, Calgary Stampede again. Love it. Politics posts, March affiliate. With the Stampede as well, that's in July, right? If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure it's in July. Yeah. So with a paid digital product, again, something to think about is like sponsorships to go with it, different ways to like add extra value to the product. So maybe start outreach for some things like in February, you could be doing some outreach for some of the vendors to give you a discount when people get your product. People like a lot of them will do that even if you don't have an affiliate link, and you can also do it for a digital product and not get paid, and it's okay because then you can market your product as like join my product and you'll get 10% off all these cool things. Like that's quite nice. You can also then leverage that long term into stuff. I just submitted, finally, after years, my TMAC application for the Travel Media Association of Canada. They're really, really cool. Recommend joining if you can. They have their annual conference in June, I want to say. We wrote it down on a dip. Again, we have like 20 versions of these. I wrote it down on one of the versions of these because we had to move something if I was going to Team Hack, which I hope to now if they approve me. But yeah, it's really great. So if anyone has questions about TMAC, hit me up. I can also refer you to Jamie Savage, who is my press trip and like media kit coach. She coached me through it. And when I went to TBEX in Quebec City earlier this year with that new site that I'm working on, that's like brand new. These people did not know who the I was. Like they did not know Nina if she knows SEO. I landed 2 different 5-figure press trips. Unfortunately, I'm not traveling to the States right now. So I passed them on to other people, but it was very much thanks to her that all happened. And actually, she helped me with the She Knows SEO media kit that has helped me get some cool stuff too. So 10 out of 10 recommend her. And yeah, email me after this or comment on the YouTube replay or whatever. I will always tell you who these people are after. Jamie Savage, her site's adventureawaits.ca. And we haven't set up all the stuff yet for her like funnel to it or everything, but like you can just email her and she's super nice. She's also in my free Facebook group, so you'll find her there. Okay, sorry guys. Jennifer says 3K audit update blog posts, 3 new blog posts, 1 YouTube video, 2 IG posts per week. So again, I would say just make sure that is a reasonable amount for you to do each week. I think it's fine to have this much, just like I don't know for everyone else what feels reasonable. For me, the IG post is the part where I'm just like, oh my God, like, no. But I am not great with that platform. But yeah, otherwise, I like the look of this and I like the income goals. I would just say, like, if maybe some of the blog posts, like, are they affiliate posts to get you there? Are you doing like any extra outreach to, like what is the thing of these that is going to get you to that income goal? Or is that just kind of consistent income for now and then you're going to scale later? Just keep that in your mind. Yeah. Okay, Suzanne, we have January content audit plus 2 affiliate posts, 1 week holiday. I was gonna say, what does HOL mean? I'm like, I feel so old now. Like I don't get slang at all. I'm so bad with it. The amount of times I'm on threads and someone who's like 40 will use slang that apparently like young people are using. And I have to Google it. And I'm just like, I'm so glad that like no one can see every single thing I Google except probably whatever spy is in my computer watching me do this. Because most of them are like, it's like the SMH shaking my head. For the longest time, I thought it was so much hell. Why? Is that even a sentence? Does that make sense? No. To this day, though, that's how I read it. It's like URL. I read it as Earl the first time. So whenever I read it mentally, I'm saying Earl in my head. And just know that about me as a person. Okay, February, optimized site, new theme, currently on Trellis. Trellis was such a weird thing that Mediavine did. It could have been so good. And then they just like flopped. I don't know. They did some weird shit with that. I like Cadence over Trellis, also Generate Press and Astra, as I've told people before. But yeah, I've also Mishka in PPTB introduced me to someone new for like it's a Cadence. I don't remember the name of the company. I think it should come up if I search because I was looking at their stuff. Yeah, DIY Dream Site. I don't have an affiliate. If you guys want an affiliate, post in my free group and just say like, can I have an affiliate code? And I'll grab Mishka's for you because she should get credit for this. But she has child themes. She also has a membership, the pro template subscription, which is I think like $75 or something like that. Yeah, $75 every 3 months. And then you get all these like buildable templates. Start Blogging 101 has them too, but his are more spenny and they're kind of tech bro ugly. But it's like, oh, if you need like here you can see there's like, okay, if you need just a pricing table, if you need just these little sections, or there's actually like full pages. She's the first person I found who has pre-designed sales pages for Cadence, which is what I really like, and how Mishka knew to recommend this person to me. So 10 out of 10. I've looked at them. I've checked that the speed is good. It all seems really chill, which is nice. So like, again, if you want an affiliate for that, post in my Facebook group, or I guess email me and I will contact Mishka and get her link for you, just so you know. But yeah, it seems pretty cool. I like that it's something that then like it's not fully a child theme and you can play with it to what you want. And you can just get like, oh, hey, I just need, I don't know, a sales page and a freebie page. And like I include them. PPTB includes some that I've designed. I'm not a designer, so like they're fine, but they're not the prettiest thing in the world. And the GPT sales system also includes some that I use for my own. But again, not the prettiest thing in the world. So like if you're like, hey, function over fashion like me, join my things and you just get them for life. If you're like, actually, Nina, I need some visuals because like meh, I want some fashion. Go here. So that's DIY. I think the little thing is blocking it. DIYdreamsite.com is her thing. I also still recommend the site stylist.co. It's just she doesn't have like a membership thingy like this. So wanted to shout it out because it's a new thing to me. And yeah, guys, tell me when you find cool shit because like I love it. I will always deep dive. Okay, so Suzanne, sorry guys, we're gonna be here probably till 3 if people are okay with that. If you're not, hop off and that's okay. Pre-ask your questions and I'll answer them. It's fine. You can like jump ahead in the agenda if you want. Okay, so Suzanne says January content audit to affiliate posts. Yeah, I already read that one. I like it. Okay, we have Diane. We have 3K audit membership, members only workshop, WordPress basics. Okay, so I don't know Diane personally, but I've seen Diane's stuff in the PIPs, passive income pathways, I think it used to be called. Now it's like low ticket membership or something. It's Sadie's free Facebook group. And it is, yeah, Diane has great workshops. Like my intro to WordPress is not going to be like her WordPress basics that are way better. Mine is going to be like literally get your site up and then go blog. Like that's what that free course is. Because I am not an expert at all the techie bits and all the little zhizhes, which I think people that are new get frustrated by with me. But I just breeze past them because I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like, we don't care about that. Just move on. But it turns out some people care about that. So check out Diane. Okay, then visibility, bundles and email growth, growth plus challenge. Love it. And yeah, also like if you're trying to figure out things to do in a year, challenges are so good. I love a challenge. That's another thing that I'm trying to launch next year if I have time is I want to launch like a full like my challenge system and like kind of how to like gamify. I want to do like a gamify your site mini summit with like a whole bunch of people sharing like cool ways that they gamify their business and their site and like just fun things. So the most common are going to be scavenger hunts. Leanne Chapman, I believe is her last name, of Passive Income Superstars. She has a scavenger hunt course. I don't remember the exact name of it, but hers is like a few different ways she does cool scavenger hunty things, and how like she'll gamify her email list before a launch to essentially like her thing is like, hey, before Black Friday, if I can get people to click on my affiliate link 30 days ahead of time, then if they just go to buy the thing, they're cookied. So then I'll get like the commission later, which I think is really smart and is a really cool way to do things. I do some stuff that's kind of similar, but I do it more so to get people to engage with my things. I haven't done it for affiliates the same way. But she also does like, she did a cool, I think what during Black Friday, it was like if you bought, you also got like a bundle, but it was a bundle of her stuff that she had done. So it wasn't like you had to gather other people's stuff. And it was like any purchase, very similarly to how I'm doing like any purchase with this gets you something free, which is not an uncommon strategy, but like, yeah, but one of my things is I love doing challenges. And inside of PPTB, I do challenges. I do challenges for myself. We're going to talk about that in a minute well, a few minutes probably, about how I use challenges because I'm kind of like, I'm spite driven. I'm very competitive. So like I need those, but also ways to engage your audience with them. They are great for a launch. They are great for growing your email list. They are cool like collabs to do with other people. They're again something that you can get brands and businesses to sponsor. And also this is something cool too, is like if you have a B2B audience like I do, like business to business, so business owners, other business owners can sponsor things. So like I could get a bunch of you guys to be like, hey, who has something, pay $100 and you can be like a speaker for a day in the challenge. Like it doesn't have to be a crazy amount of money. And it lets you collab with people. And then I could still be like, hey, $100, you get featured, but then use like an affiliate link of mine for your thing, for the whole thing. And whatever converts, then I get more money, but you know for sure, like it's the marketing worked sort of a thing. You can negotiate. You can do like a challenge where maybe it's like an affiliate thing where they're promoting your thing, you're promoting theirs. But because of the one-to-one stuff, you increase the affiliate thing to be like 50% commission. So this happens sometimes when it's like a co-hosted webinar. Like if I was selling you guys something and someone else was like hosting it to their audience, if they're building all the emails and a sales page and stuff, like they should get more than, I don't know, most people do 20% affiliate. I like 30% personally. But yeah, just something to think about. Sorry, this is turning into like much more of a masterclass than I thought it would. So as usual with me. Okay, Priyanka, is it a thing to do a 1 to 7 day sales email for an affiliate, or should it only be for your own products? Ooh, that's cool. I would say people really only do it for affiliates if there's some sort of promo happening for the affiliate. Like if it's like, oh, like for Black Friday, some stuff was like discounted for a certain period of time. That, or you can bundle one of your things in. So like for me, if you buy ThriveCart through my link, you get $100 Nina Notes credit, which that reminds me, shit, I need to email people who bought from Black Friday. Email BF people ThriveCart. Hopefully, I remember what that means. We shall see. But yeah, if you buy ThriveCart or ConvertBox through my link, you get $100 of credit that you can spend on anything that I sell. And one of the, or this is something I also do when I've got credit from stuff before, is I will give that credit away to you guys. And I'm like, hey, okay, could I use that credit on this offer that you have, but could I give that offer to my audience because I already have everything you sell? That's quite fun. So yeah, it would be basically like if you did a launch, it'd probably be that you're including something. Maybe it's a bonus training of like how to use the thing. Maybe it's an invite to a challenge. Like, hey, everyone that does this gets a challenge. It could be a Q&A. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things you can do, but you could definitely do it. I just think it'd be harder to do it for like a week or even like 3 days or something if there's not some additional element happening. I guess you could find other ways to like, yeah, I guess you could just send a bunch of emails about it. I just think it's harder to be like, buy now versus later because of XYZ. And typically during a launch, it's going to be something where it's like, there's some amount of scarcity, I guess, like timing or whatever. So there's some sort of aspect of get it now because later it's going to change or it's going to go away or whatever. So.
Okay. Yeah. So like clarification on that, like the affiliate I'm thinking about has a limited time offer. I know when it's ending. Publicly, we're not allowed to share when it's ending. But it is like ending soon. So like by mid-January or like late January. So is that like an example of something where I could like still, okay, cool.
I would just be careful that, you don't say when it's ending if you're not legally allowed to. So then in that case, you could say like, look, this kind of thing is known to change structure at this time of year. So like maybe now, or tie it to some reason that like, this is when you always re-up or get the thing or when you signed up or whatever. Or even if they just launched, I guess the other thing is if it's new, if they're like, oh, hey, there's this many, like there's a new, what's it called? Like introductory offer or something where it's like, you can get this now. That can be quite good. So yeah, play around with it. I think that like for your stuff with points and miles, I'm guessing it's a credit card of some sort or some sort of point thing. Having like, anyone who uses it gets invited to a 1 hour Q&A that you're doing with all of them, or you pre-record like you doing something for like 15 to 30 minutes and then they get that's fine. Like, or
okay, that's a great idea.
Something. Yeah. It just giving them or giving them credit that they can like, hey, when you buy this thing, for me, it's anything where the affiliate is quite high, where I would get quite a good amount of money back from it. I think with ThriveCart, I get like, I want to say it's something like 200, 300. But if it's over 100, my rule personally is that I pass $100 back to you guys. And it's honestly just too complicated for me to just send you $100. So I'm like, hey, $100 value. How can I do that? And then it's like, there is some thought process of then I'm not just sending you $100. It's keeping the money in my business. But also if it's something that is moving them towards a result that your offer would further move them towards, really good to bundle them together. So
cool. Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah. Then it's like $100 credit that you can use on this. And by the way, I'm doing a launch of that next month. So like you might want to do it then, that sort of a thing.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you.
No worries. Okay, so we have Judy said January week 1 site SEO structure audit, refresh newsletter format. So yeah, kind of like formatting structural stuff, like it. Batch refresh of 20 posts. Yes, week 3 in Hawaii, love it. No, don't find affiliates and boost income. Just be in Hawaii. Just enjoy Hawaii. Like that sounds amazing. Get rid of this. This should not happen now. You can do that later. Okay, then write 3 new posts, land ebook theme. Oh, like land on an ebook theme. I don't know if you mean like a look or like topic. I think either way that could happen, but I also think the find new affiliate could happen this week. So
yeah, it's more just the topic.
Okay, then just be in Hawaii. Just enjoy Hawaii.
That's easy.
Yeah, give yourself the time off. This is the thing. I also think like truly don't work every single week. And if we give ourselves space of like, remember that sometimes people get sick, like people have things that happen. Again, stuff crops up. So if we can give ourselves that space, that's again kind of why I like the like 4-week system. And when I look at a lot of this stuff, what I kind of know is like, I could probably do it all in a week if I needed to. Like, okay, the extra courses here, I'm going to get it done up here. And same with the AI courses, they don't really need much. So like for me, I'm like, that's kind of a free week. This is kind of a free week. Like those give me a lot of flexibility. So just make sure that like you're not over. We push our goals, we don't push our tasks. Our tasks should not be things where you feel uncomfortable and it's not possible to do the thing. Unless you're telling yourself you can only write 1 blog post a month and that's literally all you can do in a month, please don't spend, I don't know, 100 hours on a blog post. Like you don't need to. Spend far less time on that, please. Spend 100 hours maybe on a product, but even then, I think PPTB is one of the only ones that would have had that much time. A lot of my stuff, though, and this will be the same for your guys' stuff, the hundreds of hours that you've spent are perfecting it over time, not the packaging and creation of it. So, like, you don't need to worry about, like it taking forever. I've made a lot of my products in a single day. Again, because it's something that I know really well. And your audience will like it better. People love my 6 months 50K masterclass because the whole thing takes 4 hours and then you're done. I think now with the new AI stuff, and this is why I want to like redo it, that way I integrate it more. I think now it might be 5.5, but I want it all together. That way it can still be like 4 hours, get your shit done. I also have some GPTs that I didn't quite finish perfecting for this launch, but they're going to be in there. There's like one that will write your meta title and your description and was there something else that it does? It was like post title or page title, description, and then there was and it'll like make sure you have the right slug, and like little things like that. Like there's going to be some GPTs to help with little bits. And then I just want to update the backlink section to be clearer that like we still want backlinks, but we're not. When I did it, I had to do 12 guest posts a month. You don't have to do that now. Or I did 2 a month and then 12 in 1 month. You guys don't have to do that now. Thank God. Like that was a lot of the time that I was spending. You can spend that time now on adding in an email list or adding in a secondary traffic source or writing more blog posts or whatever. Like there's a lot of adjustments there. So yeah, I'm adjusting things a bit. I'm making things as accessible as I can. And I've realized that kinetic learners need workbooks. So I'm building in more workbook stuff. So that's like my stuff there. Anyway, Theo loves to like, if I have a laptop out, if the camera's on and my phone too, I could be on my phone scrolling TikTok for forever, stop and like do a bunch of stuff and then like press record. Something about record, there must be a sound or a frequency because like he will show up and he knows if it's facing me or facing the other way because he gets in line. Like the photos of him with his dog walker, I've been sharing them on Instagram stories, but I'm gonna have some coming up for you guys. Like this was him yesterday. Just like look at that mug. Like what dog just like jumps in there like full teeth out, face out. Like that's just, it's so funny. And then in like half of them too, he's like stepping into the camera into position. That's her dog Colt, who is very chill. Theo is not. And I just think it's so funny. But animals are the best. And this is again, exploit them. Like Theo has a tie and he has his own laptop, which is the only stuffed animal he's never killed. And I haven't made enough content with it. I need to make more content with it, but it's very funny and he'll wear my glasses And I've really wanted to do like, and feel free to steal this because I don't know when I'd ever make it, like a blog therapist corner where it's like Theo in my glasses on the couch and then like giving blogging tips or something. Do that for whatever you have. I would love to see all of the animals like in glasses or in like branch manager, CEO positions, like roasting you or something. Yeah, narrate from your animal's perspective. Like Gemma's dog right now is yawning and is like, Nina, shut the up and get back to auditing. Like that's great. Like share that. People love memes of stuff like that. People love videos of that. It's a great way to build connection. Okay. I'm just scrolling past the stuff about social media because it's not my thing, but Penelope sharing tips here. And then there's Gemma says, other than Blue Sky, where I've always grown really fast in politics, community, my IG socials are really dead. My TikTok, I'm constantly narrowingly avoiding losing my account because I don't like anti-Trump creators. Yeah, the Planet D has said that too. So I think it's just not the platform to be on for that. Unfortunately, YouTube Shorts, they do really well there. YouTube Shorts also, if something flops on Instagram, it rockets up on YouTube Shorts. It's so funny. Anything like, so I have an account that's like, I have a few different accounts because I'm always testing shit for you guys. But I have one account where like, basically all I post is Theo's nightly peanut butter where he licks it off a spoon, and it'll get anywhere from like 20K to 200K views. Like it just happens. And then brands will message you because they're like, hey, look at all that visibility. So does it make sense? No, but yeah. And I would say same for like, business is the hardest one there, I would say, especially for me because I do tutorials and because I don't shut up and I hate hooks. Like I will not use a hook. I just want to say what I want to say, which I've been told off for. But yeah, it's a good place to consider. And then yeah, for Sissel, yeah, Penelope, post the video. So go to the Flyaway Girl, follow her on Instagram, and Penelope posts a video of Sissel swatting at all of the things behind the computer. Okay, Shelby, $600 content audit updating posts in January, content audit updating posts 2 weeks, new blog post, 1 Instagram post per week. I like that. Okay, and then we're going to get up to kind of a similar thing after, and then site structure. So just make sure when you're auditing the post then that if marked we're going up to 2K, that the things that you're doing before will actually lead to that. And making sure that like, because remember that like affiliate income, especially from blog posts just on the site, like we have to track when those keywords go up or down, when that topic is relevant. Like, are people right now hiring to redesign their site? Mostly no, just me, because like I'm a last minute Nelly. But again, a lot of people are booked out because of it, because everyone booked in September. So like keeping in mind when people make these choices can help you decide what to write and when. Typically we write 6 months ahead, except for like emails and stuff. Emails you write pretty much, like right now you would still be writing about Christmas markets in Europe. Probably right up till Christmas, I guess, but you have to decide if your audience would need to travel there or if they're already there. So keep that in mind. For like SEO stuff, it's easier because you can bring SEO to you at any time because it just is right on your laptop. But yeah. Okay, then we have Emily says product development and launch, prep for brand work / pitching. So January is going to be product development, launch by end of month, pitch brand deals. And then February pitching brand, finalizing brand deals, IG focus. So yeah, maybe even for you then, Emily, if you're struggling to like balance the two, like try to pick like 1 month is blog, 1 month is IG. And maybe it's just like you prep content. And I know like definitely it's better to publish in the moment. It's better to create like reactively, whatever. Sometimes it's not though. Like sometimes it is better to be like, look, I'm going to film everything today. Like I plan to film all of my YouTube content for as much as I can for Q1, which is really hard for me because I do a lot of software stuff and then inevitably I record it and then they update something. But like for me, that's 6 videos. And I'm like, okay, 6 videos, they should be 15 minutes long. They're never 15 minutes long because I yap. But if I can just sit down and get through them in a day, like then they're ready, they're done. I would have to edit them if I edited stuff. I don't, I just put it up and just go with it. I've given up on that. And it's been fine. No one cares to some degree. I'm sure someone cares and I've not seen the email about it because Steph hides those from me, thank God. But yeah, so you say I try to dedicate the first half of my week to blog, second half to Instagram. But yeah, I think like try to batch what you can and set a minimum, like, okay, I have to post once per week. And then anything else that you get is a bonus, but don't kill yourself for all this stuff. And with Instagram, remember that it's becoming a search engine. So even if it doesn't take off immediately, it can take off over time. Now, I get like if you're doing brand stuff, you have to create a bit more like when the brand is ready. I have that with some social stuff and like newsletters I do for brands. They love to send you like, oh, here's the topic. Could you have it up in 4 days? And I'm like, not if you need to review it and you take 4 days to review it. Like, no. But yeah, so just like be reasonable with yourself, but also I would suggest like for like pitching brands and writing content and auditing, like try to balance it as much as you can, or even use some of that content if you can. Repost things from like a year or two ago with like new new, what's it called? New hooks or new captions, new sounds, like play around with it. But yeah, it looks like the pitching makes sense for the goal. I just think if this is my problem is like people often will be like, well, this is making me, pardon me, this is making me money. And I was just doing the like behind the scenes, I have to record the full audit for the student, but a student of PPTB, I do like income audits. And she was sharing like the time she spends on stuff, what's bringing her money. And then we were like evaluating the ROI and what to do for the next 3 months. And I was like, okay, the thing that's bringing you money is the thing that you don't like doing. So like, unfortunately, you have to pause it. And there's going to be a period where like your blog can't magically just bring money tomorrow, the second that you start working on it. So I'm like, you have to bank enough money that you're comfortable with that dip and taking a pause. And like pausing something is hard. It is worth it. Like for PPTB, I closed the SEO roadmap to change it to PPTB. I also closed it when I was away, which was like scary because that's a big income generator for me. I've turned off like a lot of like, you'll notice I haven't had a ton of newsletter subscribers recently, basically turned that off and have been just saying blanket no to people when I probably shouldn't have, because that would have, again, brought me more income. I shut off a lot of things this year as well about like doing podcasts and membership speaking in other people's places because I didn't have the energy. And so I had to say no to things. And sometimes saying no is like even to the thing, your own thing that's working that isn't aligned with what you want. So bank as much as you can quickly and kind of think of it like you're like, I don't know, when I was freelancing before I quit, I was like freelance, get all the money I can for like 2-3 months. Don't burn yourself out. I kind of did, because then it took me another month before I could actually do shit. But bank the money so that you can feel comfortable doing this, or try to work with somebody that you can, for the brand deal, have like something recurrent with, so that you're like, okay, I don't have to pitch as much like that. I know that this is coming. I know that this will be easier. And I am building a really cool thing. I don't know if it'll work. This is the problem. If it works, it's going in PPTV for sure. But I have over 2,400 Loom videos from the last 3 years of things that I've recorded, of audits, like videos for courses, just like little snippets of things, stuff for my team, all this stuff. I have so many Google Docs of stuff. I have content all over the place, and I've never centralized it. So I'm trying to build a system that can put it all, like gather it from everywhere, put it into Airtable with the analytics. Then we can analyze it. And then with ChatGPT, segment it out into like quotes and topics and stuff like that separately, so that I'll have an Airtable of all of that. And then another OpenAI thing to like generate content out of it. I don't know if it'll work. We'll see. Otherwise, you could do it manually, where you just put all of your stuff into an Airtable. Like, this is the thing I think a lot of us don't do with our content ideas, is we just have them everywhere. Centralizing them helps so much. And you often have a lot of ideas around that you don't realize. So like that can help with the like not having a creative streak, is just putting them somewhere, and then you can repurpose old stuff. So like whenever I'm stuck on emails, I go back and look at my emails from like the first year of She Knows SEO, and think about like, why did I send that? What did I like? What was I thinking about? And then that helps me often saying something that I forgot I haven't said in years. Like I shared my Zapier setup recently for taking a blog post and then auto repurposing it for socials. And it's a free thing on the She Knows SEO blog. And I forgot that I hadn't shared that in a while. And I just kind of think all of you guys have been here from the beginning, even though like there were not this many people here at the beginning. Okay, sorry, we'll get back to this. So January for Terry, we have book finalized, sales page setup, quiz and email setup, soft launch, and SEO alignment. Ooh, I like that. I like the term SEO alignment. Okay. Yeah, that'll make sense. I like that you guys are finally pricing yourself properly. Everyone should. Off topic, if there's time, does anyone know about showing up in Google Gemini queries? I show up in chat, Perplexity, Google AI overviews, but Gemini just can't see my blog pages. Interesting. Like, can't see it as in if you do give it a page, it can't see it? Because there is, but if you show up in AI overviews, you should be able to. I don't know. I don't know enough about Google Gemini, so I'm going to dig into that. I can't promise that I'll remember to share anything about it, so prompt me. But I haven't heard of reasons for that. But I'm also newer to Google Gemini. I only recently realized it's included in my workspace, so yeah. Okay, Priyanka adjusted January, so we have affiliate focused mini course launch. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Miguel, her operation suite is great. So Alex's operation suite is like the kind of DIY how to set stuff up, and a lot of that is stuff that she set up for me that cost me a lot fucking more than she's charging for that. So just so you know, to be fair with other stuff and customization. But yeah. Now I like the little checkbox. Completely set up Airtable with destinations. Affiliate audit. Go back through Nina's AI co-writer course and work on optimizing anything that's gone to shit at the end of 2025. Gibraltar freebie / lead magnet. So can you reasonably do all of that in like one per week, let's say? Because I'm a bit worried. I mean, I don't know how long, I guess, the database would take to set up or Instagram for you, but just make sure that these are things that you could reasonably complete. But yeah, I think it'd be okay. For me, like the freebie thing shouldn't take that long. Yeah, Gemma, I agree. We're not going to get into politics here, but I agree 100% with not going to the States. As I said, I'm not doing it. Then Kessler rough draft. Okay, we have audit and digital product update in January. Week 1's affiliate optimization. Week 2 update current digital product and relaunch. Week 3 painting commission. Ooh, cool. Week 4 might be out of office. I like that. That all looks good. Okay, then we follow up with brands, take care of brands. With the branding stuff, just remember sometimes they take like a while to get back to you. Like sometimes you're following up for 2 months. So like the follow-up and stuff might take a bit longer. But if you like prep like maybe a script for follow-ups, or you like make an Airtable system that shows you them, or put in your calendar when to follow up or something. If you just have it like a system ready, I'd say that's fine. Okay, Veronique, we have January, revisit my site setup, write 5 blog posts, February 5 affiliate posts, create email setup, start creating digital product, March more affiliate posts, launch digital product. Yeah, so I wouldn't do the membership. And Veronique, also like so Veronique's also a PPTV member, so I know the site better. I don't know what a free membership is. Like to me, that's just a community. But I also, free people don't typically become paid people in a membership. So it might be a bit weird. And to launch a product and membership all at once, I think is too much. I just do one thing. And especially with like the email just being the month before, you might need a bit more time to like get enough of an audience. Okay. Lots of people loving YouTube shorts. Keep hovering over like the hearts, and I didn't realize it would like pop up like crazy. Yeah, anyone that needs to run, just go, no worries. Miguel, quick cue, apart from emails and blogs, should I absolutely have to be on social media to get to the goal? Not active on social, should I lead to a Facebook group or take the jump to YouTube? Yes, I do think that at this point we need to have an organic traffic source, email, and then one other thing. Now, does it have to be something that you are doing amazing at? No. It does not need to be something where you are an influencer. It can literally be that you just like have LinkedIn, you just have Threads, you just have a Facebook group, and you're posting in it a bit. Now, if it's a private Facebook group, you do need members and people clicking on the links, I would say. If it's public, that gets indexed. But essentially, like search now is what's called multimodal. I have more stuff coming on this in January in my emails to you guys, where basically, it's what's called search everywhere optimization. I actually think I was supposed to have an email on that on Tuesday, but then it got too long, so I didn't finish it in time. So it's coming to you. And then I wrote an insanely long one on auditing or optimizing your pages. So I don't know, but it's search everywhere optimization is that everything is a search engine and more things are getting indexed now by Google. So when you think of a brand or business, they don't just have their website. They typically have one other place that you can kind of check them out. And again, they don't have to be doing amazingly there. If it's a place that's indexable, then like Google can see it. Instagram is one of those. Videos and carousels, threads. Threads get indexed real fast. They don't always stay up, but they do get checked. But like Twitter. Twitter's not indexed because Elon Musk is like fighting with everybody. So it doesn't get indexed. So it wouldn't be a good place unless you're getting clicks to the site, kind of like a private group where you just need to like actually have a community doing something. Now, the benefits of a private group to me are that you have a community to chat with and you can make money there without them clicking to your website because like they can just go to your email, they can just go to your product, they can just go to your affiliate. So I really like them. You can also have like a private Facebook group and a public page and just post the same thing on both and just have more conversations in your group. Like I started doing that. That's how I started the SEO then for travel bloggers group. I didn't discern what I posted on different platforms because people would find it different ways. And then I just try to like lead them to my private group. So I would say yes, but not in a way where you're spending heaps and heaps and heaps of time on it. So like with the like new Mediavine requirements, when I wrote the blog post for it, I then just went like, hey, Mediavine changed their requirements to like an income-based requirement. And also at the same time, Raptive dropped their entry requirements. Want to know more about this? And then I dropped a link. Like it was that simple, and it got indexed before my blog post did. And it was getting me traffic. I could track it with Google Analytics. I was getting my thread suddenly like boosted, and then I could see that all of these clicks were coming from threads to my post about it, which I think really helped the post, to be honest, because I don't think it's my best post ever. I did it pretty quickly. It's good. It's just not like I could have given it more pizzazz, I guess. But yeah, so like you don't need to do too much. Then with YouTube is amazing. If you're not afraid of video, go with YouTube instead, because YouTube gives you it's more accessible to have like video and text, right? Like think of it that way. Also, you can do a third repurposing of just taking your YouTube videos and making it a podcast. I'm booked to do something with Hello Audio next year to talk about how I do that. Their system is paid, but there are free podcast softwares where you can just like upload it, and you can usually get ad revenue too. Like I don't do that with mine, but like you could. But having that extra reach is really nice. And again, like podcasts and YouTube, very, very, very well indexed. So just showing up like in a place that Google can see you and be like, oh, you actually exist. Like you are a person. That's nice. Like it likes that. But you can literally have like 10 people subscribe to it and it still works. So keep that in mind. It's not multimodal is not like you are an influencer everywhere and you have a team of 40 people. It's just like, hey friends, I posted that, like a little bit better than that, but like, yeah. But if you go to the search results now, you'll see that like a lot of times videos show up, other things show up. So actually I think if you're torn and you're not like 100% sure what to do, go look at what's showing up for terms in your niche. Miguel, for your niche, I do wonder if YouTube would help to like see the setup of some of the stuff, like especially like your standing desk and things like that. Like I don't know if people would need that, but they might. I have a key light, which is like why I have like a halo right now, and you have to do it via an app on your phone. And like a boomer, I was just like, apparently it connects via Wi-Fi. It has its own Wi-Fi in this like lamp thingy, which I was like, what? And the instructions just said connect. And I was like, what? How? So I'm like desperately searching things. And I ended up figuring it out on their help section. They actually have a good one that was text. But usually you'd need a video to like see those elements. So that could be beneficial. But look at your terms. And if you see like, okay, is Facebook showing up? Is Instagram showing up? And also look at what you like to some degree too. Like Facebook groups, I was always told were a terrible idea, but I love them. So I just made it anyway and it worked. And if you hate the platform, it won't work. So everything I'm saying is caveated with pick a place that you like to some degree, so that you will show up on it. But yeah, if you're trying to optimize as much as possible, then look at what's already working and what's already showing up and then go with that.
Yeah, because when I was doing keyword research, I noticed that there were a lot of videos popping up on YouTube specifically. So, and I don't have a camera or anything, so that would be a bit of a out of the comfort zone for me because I'm more used to writing. So yeah, but I just wanted to. I guess I wanted your I don't know, like blessing on like do YouTube, dude. Yeah.
I think you can definitely do YouTube, and just remember that like most people want realism. You can use your phone. I film a lot of my videos with my phone, just like the back camera. It's fine. It's plenty. You can film it with your webcam. I use Loom and film like tutorials, like literally me just screen recording my screen. I'm not even, my face isn't even in a bunch of them, usually because I'm like lying down on my couch with like a bag of popcorn, like rested here and just trying to like record and like show things quickly. That's fine. It's more about like, again, just showing up. And with YouTube, the nice thing is that like you don't necessarily have to publish constantly to like please an algorithm. Like, yes, they want more consistency, but the consistency could be once a month, and it does help blogs. So it is nice. If you feel comfortable with it, I would say try it. Maybe just try it for a month and try like batching 3 videos, 4 videos, something like that, and see how you feel. And if you absolutely hate it, then like worst thing that's happened is you have a few videos that like you can embed in posts and then just not touch the platform again. That's fine. I will say you'll be uncomfortable. Like that's definitely the case. Even doing this, like I was hugely uncomfortable doing lives to start with. And now I just like, this is the thing, I know you guys will energize me. So like, and I know I get to yap about what I like. So yeah. If you want something that's lower lift, I would say Threads is a really good one. Pages right now, they're like limiting, they're doing a test for Facebook pages so that you can only put 2 links in posts, like the immediate post on your Facebook page per month. So like if you're doing that thing where it's like you try to do one in like, I don't know, 40 a day or something, they don't want that, but you can put it in the comment and then that's fine. Otherwise you have to get meta verified. So they're trying to like get people to verify. I wouldn't do that just for the sake of it. You could also make a public group to start, and then once you have people in it, make it private. Like that's an option. Public groups do tend to grow quicker. I will say I think they're less engaged. That being said, if like one of your goals is to work with brands and tourism boards and do sponsorships, they love impressions. They love views over conversions. I don't know why. It's a weird thing, but like having that can help. So you just have to play around with like what feels right. I don't think there's a wrong answer. Like, to be honest, I think it's very much what works in each situation. And I do think there is some niche element where like if you do food blogging or food creation, like having a video of you making the food helps. Having obviously you need images of the food. Hi, buddy. You just coming to stand there? Or are you coming to say hi? Yeah, you gonna come up and say hi? Or just big stretch? You can come say hi. Yeah, you can do it. Come on. I know you go so slow. You say, oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Hey, hi, Theo. What are your goals for 2026? Eat more food. Play with all the friends. And what's a third one? You need to have 3 goals. Quit. I think it's quit. He's done with the business. He's like, I want to retire. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to try to speed through some of the next ones. That way I can like finish our session. So anything that's just a question, I'll answer really quickly, but then I'm going to give everyone time if you want the audit, obviously. Is it too late to create content about keywords/topics that will trend in January? Yes, unless it is like a brand new thing. If it's something that hasn't happened before, then that's fine. Like, then go for it. But if it's brand new, then no. Diane, shout out. Yeah, $9 membership. Great. Drop that in here. It's wpbasicsguide.com for anyone who is like watching the replay. If it's like too small to see. I love this. Brittany says, I tell clients the best social media plan and strategy is one that you can execute. This is the thing. I think consistently posting like once a month somewhere is much better than posting every day. But it's also why I like blogs, because then you can just like do whatever, whenever. And with newsletters too, like send consistently, but you can literally send a line that says like, look, I'm really busy this week. Like, sorry, here's some blog posts. Bye. Like, and that's fine if you do that once in a while. Jen says, yes, I would love info on how to secure recurring brand deals. That'll be in the sponsorship course, but also if you ask in my free Facebook group, Jen, I can answer more in depth there. I just want to keep us going because there is more to the scheduling. And yeah, I do have a lot of, like, I've been really good about being able to like leverage one deal off of another. But the best advice I can give you is just do really well the first time. Usually they won't like sign on for a deal the first time. You got to like work with them once or twice first. Showing up in Google Gemini queries. Okay. Even when I tell it the URL, okay, then you have something blocked in your robots.txt, Julie. If you're not showing up in Gemini, even when you give it the URL, then there's something in your robots.txt probably, or if you're using Cloudflare, or if you're with an ad network. Some ad networks, like Raptive initially blocked all AI and then they undid it because people were like, what the fuck, some of us want to use it. But some still do. So just, yeah, I'd message. First, I'd ask your host if they're good. Like Lyrical will look at that. If not, open your robots.txt file. ChatGPT can tell you how to do that and just copy and paste it into ChatGPT and ask it to look for it, or Gemini. And then for otherwise, like, yeah, I would ask your host, I think, or your ad network if you have one. And if you have Cloudflare on, check if you've like ticked a box. Yes, make sure you're optimizing Instagram bio, Instagram content for SEO because of the search functionality. Okay, good. A lot of these are just like talks about social media, which helps me. The repurpose. I really want to do my repurposeful retreat again. I think like I need to figure out how to do it. So if anyone like wants that, please post in my Facebook group and let me know. And maybe we can brainstorm together because I do like to build things with you guys. So like what would help you there for how to do that? And yeah, I agree with Brittany. Like YouTube's so fun and then you can repurpose later. And there are like so many softwares that'll repurpose for you. Okay, taking their post, making them animated in Canva and adding voiceover, then dropping it on YouTube. Terry, people were doing that. I don't recommend it. I also think that like I just think people should see your face. I just think that helps. I also think it's like nice to have the connection with people there. And if they're not seeing your face, you should be doing something. Like they should have like a video slideshow. They have something happening. Brittany loves Facebook personal profiles. I have not used them, so I don't really understand them, but it's often like, I think it's similar to like a page in Essence, but it's just a profile that's like more public. So check it out. But yeah, social media conversation. I can't comment on handles. I don't know. And then am I the only one who can't open the goal setting GPT? Oh no. Is anyone else having trouble with that? I'm gonna drop the link again. Okay, and I'm going to jump back into this and I'll check the chat after. Okay, so now that we have our action plan and everything, the next thing that I think you need to do is like kind of pause for a second, I guess, between 6 and 7 and like, oh God, 6, 7, bullshit. Sorry to anyone with children. But the next thing is to like actually make sure it's reasonable, like I said. So does this look good? Does this feel like something that I can do? And then we're going to like actually need to track this over time. So I talked about like my monthly business dates, essentially. This is something that came out of like financial bloggers and influencers that I follow. They talk about having a money date where essentially like once a month you check in with your finances. You sit down, you like maybe have a glass of wine and you like go over your finances. You make sure you've like sent money into your TFSA or whatever the hell, like all these savings accounts. And I was like, okay, well, I already check my analytics once a month because my rule is that I only check my analytics once a month. I used to check my income every single day. I'll be honest, I stopped doing that this year, not because I don't think it's a good idea, but honestly because I got lazy about like checking all of the things. So I do just check like a couple every day as best I can. But I'm in a very fortunate position right now to regularly know where my money's coming from and to trust that like there is money flowing in. I do think when you're manifesting money, it is really helpful to check more regularly for the money side of things. But yeah, so once a month I do this business date. And essentially what it is I clear a day where, and it's a work day. To be clear, it is a work day. And I do think you should take a day to do it, where you go over all of your analytics. So in that month, I want you to look at, or like looking back at that month, you're going to go through and like check your Google Analytics. But you're not just checking like page views overall. You're checking like what type of content did best. You're checking what traffic source overall did best. You're looking for themes here. So like, okay, did your ChatGPT ranking, or ChatGPT like, what's it called? Referrals go up massively. Well, that's good to know. And like, what page did they end up on? We don't know the queries exactly, but that works. And please don't pay for like those AI rank trackers. They don't work. They're using a different system than the actual AI. So they tell you stuff. Are they telling you actual things? Not yet, in a way where I'd recommend any of them, especially the paid ones. But yeah, you can look at that. You can look at, again, like your clicks from Google specifically in Google Search Console. So like, what was working? What did you spend time on that had a result? And maybe it was a delayed result, but where were things coming from? What was happening? Often when I do audits for people in PPTB, or even when I used to do them like more often for other people or for hire, it was people didn't know anything. Like, they didn't know where anything was coming from. So if I asked like, okay, what's your most popular type of content? They would give me like 5 blog posts. And I'm like, okay, but is that every single month? And is it like, what's the similarity between those things? Especially if it's something that I don't know a lot about. So maybe it's a certain destination, and then you can start to see like, okay, that destination peaks in January. Maybe it's like in January, everything about like making money, getting healthier, that sort of stuff really picks up. So if you have like a blog that's about junk food and like, I don't know, like dupes for like Starbucks and things like that, that might not be the best. I guess it could, in terms of like making it at home so you're not like spending the money elsewhere, but you'll start to notice things like that. And then you can also notice what worked and what didn't. And I want you to look at this for your emails as well. So I have basically I have a heap of spreadsheets. They're all different. I am part of like the software that I'm building. One of the elements of it is that it should make money and analytics easier to track and intertwine. That's like a part of it. So it's really why I want to get it up by the end of the year, because then you can analyze your year. So when we do this next year, hopefully people can get it and then be able to know way more about their business. But for right now, we're redesigning the Looker data studios in PPTB. So then you guys get the fancier version of what I'm currently doing. It used to be that the data studios were just your G4 and your GSC views, but now they are going to include income, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so you want to be able to tell like, okay, and then how much money did you make? Where did it come from? Did it come from a certain blog post? Again, a certain topic? Is it coming from a certain email you sent? Even in your emails, what worked in terms of like getting email subscribers? Compare. Like, I have a blog post on She Knows SEO from like early on, where I did a test of being on a podcast, being in a summit, and being in a bundle, to see which one would get me the most email subscribers. The bundle massively got me the most email subscribers, but the podcast, I tracked it, got me the most income. Like, I made $15K off of that podcast immediately. And to this day, years later, I still have people telling me that they found me through that podcast. So to me, now I know when I'm trying to get visibility, okay, for immediate visibility, yes, bring in some bundles. And like bundles, this is the thing, they're not quite as engaged. I find summits are a good middle ground, so I like them best. But like, I'm like, okay, then I'll mix in a certain number of summits versus podcasts. If my goal is long-term visibility, podcasts. But you can't know that till you're tracking and testing it. And the easiest way is just to look at that data, to look at, okay, this affiliate did best this month. Which post is that in? Why is that post working? Like, what about that post is working well? Open Microsoft Clarity and see like where people are spending the most time and what they're clicking on the page. Because maybe you have like a really cool image, and if you just took a couple better photos in future, that would work better. Maybe it's the way that you said something. I noticed early on that like when I would try to be formal and tech bro-y, people were like, no. And I was like, okay, good to know. But when I am unhinged and say things like SEO blue balls on like quite a large podcast, people will still come to me to work for them and will take my recommendations more seriously. So like, I wouldn't have known First of all, I think you should be yourself anyway, but I wouldn't have known that if I wasn't looking at these things. So every single month I look at every metric I can, literally every metric on every platform. I want to see what worked, what didn't. And a lot of times I'm not even like making notes of specifically like, oh, this is up 30% or some shit. Like I don't always track it that specifically. I'll just write down like on a Google Doc, like, okay, in January did these 5 things. Like this is my done list. And then this is like the results of overall. And some of them are results from like 6 months ago. But another thing is like for a launch, like I did my launch earlier this year that was a 150K launch, which was like crazy to me. Still, every time I say it, I'm like, I think you're lying. Like, no, it can't be. I've got the income to show it. And I'm like, so with that, I'm like, okay, well, when I look at that launch, it worked, right? So I could just be like, done. But no, I want to look deeper. So I actually recorded me doing this for my profitable part-time blogging students, where even you join anytime, you get the vault of like all of these case studies I've done, because I love data and analytics like this. But I went through every email to figure out, okay, what type of emails converted best. I learned that testimonials do really well, which like to be expected. You want to like see results, especially because I can't share income results and stuff, which used to work really well before I knew that that was unethical. And like, then it became actually illegal as well. So I was like, cool, good to know. We won't do that. Just like fair warning, FTC guidelines is that you can't sell something with an income promise. Other people can share that they made income off of that thing, but you cannot be like, this is my system to make $10,000, because you can't guarantee that every single person will for sure make that. So it's technically unethical. So then you have to put like the asterisk of like, I cannot guarantee that. I just don't want to do that. So I just don't make income claims. But with it, I'm like, okay, that worked. But how can I replicate it? How can I make it work again? And what can I learn from this for other things? So even like looking at my GPT sales system launch, when I went, and the good thing too about tracking this monthly is that now, like I'm doing this launch right now of the cost of living is fucked sale. And I was like, I love the GPT sales system. It doesn't get hyped enough. I need to talk about it way more. I haven't built out a funnel on the website yet for it. But like what worked when I was launching it. And I made all these great graphics that did like really well on socials. Cause I could have just said, oh, look, it sold more on Instagram than other stuff. But actually it sold more because I actually made stories. Like I actually had a sequence of stuff. And I'm like, good to know. Okay, I don't have time to do that for this sale, but I can keep that in mind. And I can reuse stuff. So like also put things away in places you can reuse it. Future you will thank you. So yeah, like I sit down, I track everything. And then based on that, when I look at my income, I'm like, okay, what was my goal for last month? What did I make? What's the difference? And if like your goal is 1,000 and you made 100, well, are your affiliate posts ranking yet? If not, why not? Or do you have them, they're ranking, but they're not, like they're getting impressions, but or like the actual people are getting page views, but you're not getting clicks over, or maybe you're getting clicks but no conversions. Well, then you need to analyze like what could be happening and then set some tests for yourself. So I find it helpful to like make a note of some of the tests that I'm going to run. And the best way to know what will work for your business is to test it in your own business. And that does mean taking risks. It does mean that like you might have to take 2 blog posts that you think are equally great and then with one of them and play around with it. So like with affiliates, I found that having like a video tutorial for the key search review and tutorial helped a lot. I'm doing an updated one. I filmed it. I didn't really like it, so I'm redoing it because whatever. I was having like I think I still just like wasn't quite myself yet being back from the mental hospital. So I was like, well, I just don't like it. So I'm doing it again, whatever. Typically I would say don't re-record, just publish and deal with it later. But I want to redo it because there's also another like element I want to talk about in it. But anyway, not the point. I found that the video massively helped conversions for that. And so that was really good to know, where I'm like, good for software where it like could benefit from a tutorial. I'll put it in if that's an affiliate post. It's also something to know that I can tell sponsors, things like that. So yeah, I sit down, I track everything first, then I take a break, and then I do some analysis after. So I think it's important to like take the information in, go for a walk, go like, I don't know, take a bath, do something that'll like bring you back down. And yeah, and like also just like make yourself feel good that day. Like that's a day when like I make sure that I have like my favorite breakfast, my favorite lunch, a nice dinner. Maybe not even a dinner that night because I do get a bit overwhelmed like with all the stuff, but the next night I like know that like I've unlocked this nice dinner. I wear clothes that make me happy. I don't care if they're nice or pretty, it's that they make me feel good so that I feel comfortable and not overwhelmed. And I just make it like a day that is fun and interesting for myself as best I can. So yeah, I'm reflecting on what worked and what didn't, and then I will adjust the next month based on it. I don't completely overhaul the next month. So if it's something like, okay, I made 100, not the 1,000, but next month is more affiliates or a different income generating thing, or maybe I had unrealistic expectations of how fast I would make it, then cool, we just keep going. And maybe we add in like little things if we can. Don't panic. But sometimes we do have to pivot completely, and that is okay. Like I had to pivot this year where I had 2 months that I had stuff planned that I couldn't do. And it was heartbreaking to be honest, because like once I make a plan, I get very obsessed with it. I'm like, that has to happen. Like I've decided that's the way it's working. And then I really feel like I up if it doesn't happen. But like that's life. It does happen. It adjusts. And I had when I did my master's, I did it in publishing media. For anyone that doesn't know, in Oxford, it was I wanted to be a publisher, I guess, like an editor. And so we had this class on paper mills and like making paper essentially, which is such a random class to have. But I know the GSM of like way too much paper now. And our prof was the coolest guy ever, spoke like a million languages. And Adrian, he would always say, he's like no one died. Like we're not doing brain surgery. If something is late, if something like happens differently, if something goes wrong, like it's okay. Like I have launched and fucked things up. Like I said, the PPTB earlier, we were changing like the renewal price to be 100%. And we found a kind of middle ground option because that wasn't received well. And that's entirely my bad. And that's me up because I up the price initially, and then the answer or solution that I came up with wasn't reasonable for everybody. And it won't always be reasonable for everyone. Like to be clear, sometimes people are just going to be mad, and I hate that, and I want everyone to like me, so that sucks. But I'm also quite a polarizing person because I am trying to be as blatantly myself as I can be. And I'll say stuff like SEO blue balls and I have purple hair. And so not everyone loves that. But yeah, you have to be like prepared to pivot. And the way that I make that okay is that I have these tracking months where I'm looking at what's working and what's not. And I have my overall goal. And I'm like, okay, let's do this check-in. And it's kind of a reset. Like it's an opportunity to make a change. So I'm not allowed to do this at other times of like the month. Like I'm not allowed to stress about income on January 10th because it's not the 31st. I do it on the 1st of the month. So it's not like February 1st yet, where I can actually go look at that and like make a judgment, get involved, do a thing. But maybe if I am looking at that income, I could be like, well, push out a couple extra emails or something. That's allowed. But I'm not going to be like, tear the whole year down and like rebuild it, like whatever. We're not doing that. So one of the ways that I set this up to be movable is that we've kind of set up little like quadrants for ourselves. So I could shift this month down if I need to, but I've also marked out what has to happen. And again, no one's going to die if it doesn't happen. And if they are going to die if it doesn't happen, like surgery or something, then it's red, it's immovable. And then really nothing should be getting in the way of it anyway. And in fact, it's probably moving other things anyway. So just keep that in mind. Like if you suddenly get an opportunity to fly to Paris for $100, do it. Like you can push things. It's also why I want you to build in time to be sick, take time off. Like remember that this is you building your dream business. In my opinion, every dream business has at least 30 days off a month. Or a month, geez, a year. I get a month in the dream world, but like in a year. Like in Canada, we typically get 2 weeks. My mom was a high level executive and I think she got like 28 days most on top of like other holidays. But plan in time off. And maybe you won't take all of the 30 days off or whatever. Like maybe you won't take 4 weeks, But then you have sick time. You have time for just like not feeling the vibe. You have time for new things coming up. And it's also like, I've started calling it like my side quest vault of like, that's where all of my extra things are. All the things that I might want to do that like I want to do but didn't quite fit in here. The amount of like little courses I want to launch next year. Like I really want to do a private podcast feed. And I think I'm nervous about that one because it's so different from anything I've done before. But it's basically like when I voice note friends, and I have a lot of friends that voice note because we're all neurodivergent and don't want to type. It always ends up like with a mini podcast, and they always joke and they're like, "Oh, I love the Nina podcast," but it's not something that would be like SEO, like training or tutorials. It would just be like founder diary almost kind of stuff, like just like behind the scenes, like my thought process, like me talking through like the way that I had to work out this price change for PPTB, like the good, the bad, the shift that we've had to make and how we work through all of it. Talking about like, yeah, some of my opinions on certain things that like I do say a little bit publicly, but I would be able to go more depth. And I think it'd be really cool to have like a private like business bestie voice notes or something kind of thing. That would be like a low ticket membership essentially for a year. And it's like a private podcast. You can only get it that way, but it would have no ads. And then I was thinking like once a month we would do like a group Q&A almost, like you guys would submit questions and then I would record answers, maybe in like stages depending on like how many we get, but then you could get like exclusive Q&A kind of thing. So that was my thought for it. Maybe even Brittany actually called this out in PPTB. I often share like ideas I have for content of stuff that like could be trending, of like opportunities I've seen for backlinks or summits and things like that that look cool. But I also love to share like content ideas that I come up with for socials, for email newsletters, for, I think I shared like almost 100 freebie ideas and product ideas that were just like literally top of mind standing in my kitchen because that's how my brain works. My brain is ridiculous. So I was thinking like having something like that for like, I don't know, like 100 a year, like thinking of like the Liz Wilcox, like $9 a month thing where it's like, you could do, I don't know, $10 a month. And then if you do a year, you get 100 or something. So let me know if anyone would be interested in that. Because I think I would love to do it, and it would be like a weekly episode or something. But it wouldn't be style, like it would literally be me walking like and voice noting because that's when I do this stuff. So it would potentially have me randomly rambling about stuff sometimes. But I did some for PPTV and I had so much fun making them. So I think it'd be cool. And then, yeah, some of the others is like, I would love to do like something on topical authority and EEAT. Like I was thinking like almost like the 6 months 50K masterclass, like a live webinar version of it where I go over like how to build authority in 2026 for AI and AI SEO, but also just for humans because like people need to trust you. And then it would be kind of going over everything. The guest posting masterclass students would then get it because I think I'd make this like the thing and then kind of like get rid of the guest posting masterclass. That's my thought right now, I think. And then PPTB students would get access to that because they already have it in there. But if they want to attend live, they could just attend live. I like just like letting them join things. So I'm like, hey, you already like have the highest level thought process. So if it's not AI related, because I make the AI optional for PPTB, then like go for it. There were a few other ones that I don't have immediately open, but I can read them out after. I just don't want to like have to show you guys how bad my Google Drive is. But yeah, those were some of like the big ones that I want to do that I'm really excited at the opportunity to do. And so I'm trying to find spaces to fit them in. I don't want to do crazy amounts of launches per year. And I have audits to do, but I'm trying to figure out ways to fit them in. I have GPTs that I want to make. There are like, I want to launch, like I have my SEO spreadsheets, but I also have affiliate spreadsheets, email spreadsheets, and like, I call it business master plan, like evil master plan kind of a thing, documents that are spreadsheets that I use to track other things in my business and keep everything organized, and like how I update freebies and update like content, like my courses and things like that. For affiliates, how I track it all and how like I audit and make sure that they're working. I have some other GPTs I want to release. I have like a, what was I calling it? Or something, I really like the name of it. It was like Double Down Dashboard or something like that, where I wanted to make something that was like a GPT and a workbook and then like a video like on how to do it, of like basically how to analyze your content to see what to double down on, that sort of a thing, of like what to keep working on, what's working, and then also to give you like some ideas for experiments of what to adjust. I have like a full email marketing GPT vault essentially that I have made that I was thinking of like releasing as its own thing. Same for like affiliates and products. I find with PPTB, some people don't want the SEO always, or they don't need it. And some people more so want the other bits, but I do like it all being in PPTB. So I'm still figuring it out. But yeah. And then people always ask about like content audit stuff. So I was also considering making like a lower ticket offer. It's like an intro to content audits of like a workbook maybe. And then I am overhauling all of my freebies because I don't like them anymore. So there'll be new stuff there. But those are like ideas that I have that then I'm like, okay, well, if I'm thinking about a month to do something in, I got to figure out where it fits, but also I can look ahead and be like, hey, oh, I already got that done. So now I have a free month. Now I can do this instead. Or I just like hate that idea now, or maybe it's irrelevant. So let's adjust to this thing instead. So having those ready to go really helps. And it's why like we just move this in this workbook. I set it up to be like Post-it notes, like kind of the things that you can do. It has the goal and the Post-it notes. But you can also then adjust like, okay, I'll swap out this Post-it note for that. So what I often do is I'll put it in a notebook and I'll put like all of my Post-it notes on the notebook. But then if I change my mind, I can just get rid of it. I can just take it off and put a new Post-it note down. And I like the flexibility of that. So that's always been fun for me. And then something that I like to do is implementing rewards. So I am basically a golden retriever. I need something to give me an incentive for immediate gratification, essentially, to do the thing. I cannot wait for delayed gratification of like money later. I need everything to happen right now and be good right now. Turns out severe impulse control issues, but it's an impulsivity. But because of that, I try to do something for myself. So it's like, okay, if I achieve my goals, I get something. So again, and this is why I've always like toyed with the idea of making a physical workbook that I could sell. That's another thing I'm considering next year, is doing merch for She Knows SEO. That's like cute stickers of Theo and like sayings and a mug with like inspirational sayings and stuff, and maybe a like journal, like business workbook, the way I do things. I don't know. I don't even know how the I would do all of that. But like I have a friend that drop ship stuff, not drop ship, they like create it and then it gets, what's it called when it's like you make it, but then people can order it and then it only gets print on demand. That they do that. So I'm like, well, I could do that then. So I don't know. Another one of the things. Launching my plugins for you guys to actually buy. I have so many extra ones I've coded. So many ideas. But anyway, point is, when I put this down, then the nice thing is like a little advent calendar, you can just put a reward underneath. So it's like, hey, when I do the thing, I get whatever this is. And because I have the memory of a goldfish, I often forget what I've treated myself to. So it's kind of nice. Now, I actually did this. I was teasing it yesterday. I did this to go to the mental hospital, where I was like, look, it's 9 weeks. I don't know if I'm going to make it. How do I move this up higher? There we go. I don't know if I'm going to make it through 9 weeks of this. It was scary to go. I was really nervous about the whole thing and like thought, like I was ready to leave every day for the first week. And then I kind of got into it. But like I had this advent calendar I basically made for myself. So every week I was there, I unlocked something. I will be honest, I did one of the 9 things. So I need to I'm holding myself to it better now for the new year. But I was like, hey, okay, if you make it through this week, then you get to go to like that hammam spa that you love in downtown Toronto and like just treat yourself for a day. Okay, if you make it through week 2, then you get this like, whatever extra thing. And I don't know that they have to be like, it's not to be big things. It can literally be like, okay, if you do the thing, then tomorrow you get to go buy a coffee instead of making it at home. If you do the thing, then you get to take an extra day off and do this thing. If you do the thing, you get to go to like the nicer grocery store you like. Whatever. It can be little. It can be a hike that you like. It could be that you get to watch a movie that you really like again and your partner can't complain about the 20th time you've rewatched it or something like that. Like it's like you have to agree on this with them. You can't just tell them that, I'm guessing, but I don't have partners. So I don't know. It's been a long time. But like, you can be like, hey, if I do this thing, are you comfortable with like that you can't argue with me about this movie or something that night, like whatever. But have a treat. What I used to do is when I was working on my first vlog, I would have like a bag of chocolate chips on my desk, and every time I finished a paragraph, I'd put a chocolate chip. I started making a lot of paragraphs, I'll tell you that, because I really like chocolate chips. So not the best version, but like treat yourself, like come up with ways to motivate yourself. And for everything that we did, I want you to have a treat. So for every, each week, each of those like 4 to 5 things, each one of those things should unlock something for you. Then the monthly goal, theme, whatever, that should unlock something for you. The quarterly focus should unlock something for you. If you accomplished what that focus was, if you stayed on task, that should unlock something. If you hit your yearly goal, that should unlock something. So for me, like I have 3 goals that I mentioned yesterday. I had the $1 million profit. So if I do that, I should unlock something pretty big because that's a big annual goal, right? And that's money based. But I do also have software launch and then 3 months off work. So if I do those, what do I get? And maybe with the 3 months off work, I can only take a week. Like I've been considering doing something in person with you guys, or even doing it just with my friends, like renting a cottage for a week to just hang out, just be like, hey, everyone can just come. Like I'm paying for it, just show up. And I'm like, well, maybe I can only do that if I actually like plan out 3 months off. Now, you have to then figure out how disciplined you are of like, could I do this in the summer and then like force myself to keep taking the weeks off the rest of the year? If you're not going to do that, then hold it till the next year and like bank it for like the software launch. If I get it launched, then again, like I get something. So it doesn't always have to be that like the thing you get isn't a part of this. Like it could be like, okay, if I hit 5K per month, then consistently for a year, then I get to hire a fancier cleaner, or I get to upgrade my apartment or whatever. Like there's things that you can do that are monetary. It can also be lifestyle things. It can also be about like, okay, if I hit $1 million in profit, then like I'm going to outsource this, or maybe I'm going to like retire a partner or a family member. Maybe I'm going to get a new pet, maybe whatever. Like, there's so many things that you can do. It's a common thing as well now on Threads, maybe just in my corner of Threads, where people will do like a launch goal system where it's like, okay, if I hit 5K, 10K, what a lot of these people are selling like fancy courses, so they're expensive. But it'll be like 10K, 20K, 30K, all the way up to like 100. And if they hit each thing, they unlock something. So I never really do that. It's just not something that I've done much. I am doing it for the current launch. I'm not sharing it publicly only because I don't want it to be a reason that people purchase. But like I have decided that like I'm very comfortable with my income this year. So extra income is going towards some team members and charities and things that I have not told them that this is happening. So don't tell team members and charities, but you don't know the charities anyway, so thank God. But I basically decided for myself that like, okay, if I hit this, then I'm doing this much money goes to like this person, that person, these people, whatever. Or if I hit this amount of maybe a certain offer sold, it goes somewhere. I'm not a fan of marketing things as if you buy this, I'm donating X to charity, like 25% of your purchase goes to charity. I'm like, just donate the 25% then. Like, and that's why in this sale, you can just donate the money and I don't get the tax credit from it. I want you guys to get the tax credit from it. Oh my God, Christine, your cat. But you guys will get the tax credit, not me. So for me, I was like, well, this is a fun way to do it where someone else gets to benefit. So I get to make it about someone else, not myself. But having something that like brings you joy, I think is important. And having that as something that you can look forward to, knowing that you're going to get it, especially with like tasks or things that we can control. So minimum, you know that you can get 4 to 5 things a month because these are within your control. These should not be things where you're like, okay, I'm going to like make 20K. Like how? You don't know. You can't just be like, oh, week 1, like I'm just going to wave a wand. And if you can wave that wand, wave it for everybody, because like that's rude that you're not. But if you like if you can't wave a wand, like most of us, it should be a task that you actually like can complete. It's also why, like, with the themes for these in the quarters, I'm trying to get you guys to choose things that aren't strictly income, because we can't control income 100%. And I want you to get some sort of gratification for the work that you're doing. Like with the rebrand and the sponsorship course, like launching that, I can do those things. To some extent, I have to check with like the rebrand timeline, but like I know that that's something I can control happening. Can I absolutely control that I'll make, this was 150K when it was like mine earlier, but like, can I control that 100%? I know for sure it's going to happen. No, we never know that 100%. And then even with your like main goal, I always say goals should be a little bit out of reach. So if you hit that, then like I hit mine middle of the year this year. So that was ridiculous. So I'm like, okay, well, got to adjust some stuff then. Because of that, I'm like, well, if I go higher and I keep things pretty steady, if I hit it, like that's an amazing goal. I need to unlock something amazing. But if you don't hit it, you've still got all these things that you got to unlock. And I think gamifying stuff like that really helps. And it just like gives you reasons to push through things. So if you don't want to do something one day, Christine's going to get absolutely eaten by her cat. This is so funny. I'm really obsessed with like, I've just been watching the cat play with her pen. I know, Theo, you're like, no cats, just doggos. I'm also very allergic to cats, but I still like them. I don't care. But for the rewards, like, yeah, having something where you get something. And that's why I'm also saying like vary them, where it could be something small. Like I have, I really love like roasted cashews and dates right now. I don't know why I'm going through like, that's my hyperfixation food. So with like date, I guess I could get like a nicer, I don't know, that wasn't a good example. I really love, there's this like drink that I love called Cawston Pressed, Cawston, and it's like this like apple cider. It's like a not like alcoholic, but it has elderflower in it, and I love elderflower. I don't know why, I'm obsessed with it. And they also have a ginger beer version, and it's like $5 a can in Canada because it's a UK company, so it's like spenny. And it's not like insane, I'm very fortunate to say now, but like I still think that's a ridiculous amount of money to spend on a drink that you're gonna have out of a can at home. I'm like, it needs more than this. So for me, I'm like, I only get to get that if I do XYZ. And I find with ADHD, having stuff like that can help a lot. Also, pro tip, if you, like me, hate going to the grocery store and stuff, number one, go at like a Tuesday morning. Most grocery stores restock Tuesday morning, so everything's fresh, which is nice, but also no one's there. I don't know why. Tuesday's always a good day, I found globally. But you can also, if they have like a Starbucks or something like that where you can order ahead. I don't love Starbucks. I know I don't want to support them. There's a few other ones. There's a couple like local companies that have versions of this, but like if you can order something in an app that you have to go pick up that's beside the grocery store, like that helps. And then it's like, hey, I got a treat. Like again, treats. We want to motivate ourselves. We want to gamify things. And so even having like your goals almost like levels, like these are the tasks you have to complete to get through this level. And then it'll get you to the point of the ultimate final boss, whatever. That's what I like to think of it as. So then I already kind of mentioned the like addressing challenges, like planning for things to change. And so I also wanted to, I keep not moving this bar properly. I also set up boundaries in your planner over here, which are things that are like non-negotiables you're not going to do, like things that are not going to happen. So before I used this to put stuff like, oh, okay, yeah, like I'm going to take like a month off or something. I don't think that's as helpful. I think like that's going to be our base plan. This is more like I want to look at this, and I do recommend having this somewhere that you can see regularly of like say no to X, like no podcasts, no this, no like things that you don't want to do. So like no to unpaid work. Everyone should have that because none of us should be doing unpaid work for brands. Like they can afford to pay people. And if they can't, then they wouldn't be running a bunch of ads and like hiring someone to reach out to you, unless it's like the owner reaching out to you and then maybe talk, but like even then you can work things out. But yeah, having boundaries of like, for me, my thing is that I'm not allowed to say yes to something instantaneously because I don't have perception of time. Like I don't at all. I have such time blindness. I don't even like here, like what are we at? We're already at 3:00. My bad. So like it's been 3 hours and I feel like I've been here for an hour. I have no perception of time. And so because of that, my rule is that I'm not allowed to just say yes to opportunities, to things. I have to like send it to my assistants, not because I need them to actually let me do it, but because I need that barrier. I need that like take a minute, take a beat, process, see if it's something that works for me, and then decide if it's a good idea or not. And like gut check and see like, is this something that works? I also want the time to go look at things. So I have a Post-it note that's like a boundary that says like, basically like you have to wait 24 hours and check with team, like essentially. So I'm not allowed to, you can just say like check with team, you can make it shorter, but like that's my answer. If someone says that, I'm like, amazing, thank you for the opportunity. I need to run this past my team to make sure it works with our schedule, but like I'll get back to you within 48 hours. And so I have that canned response anyway now ready to go. I literally have it. You can set keyboard shortcuts. I don't think people realize this enough, especially on your phone. I hate typing the profitable part-time blogger on my phone because of the hyphen and like all the capitals. So I have it, if I go PPTB, it'll autocorrect to it now, which is great for me. But you can do that as well for like responses that you need to send a lot. And you can do that on your desktop too. So I've set some of those where I'm just like, thank you so much. Give me a second. Because otherwise my golden retriever will be like, yeah. And that's how I kept ending up with like 3 summits on the same day that I had to teach live. And I was like, so having something like this really helps, like with also when you're doing those checks each month of like, okay, I'm not going to go back and audit posts again because it's not moving the needle and I've been doing it for 6 months. I need to move on to the next thing. I'm not going to look at my analytics every day. But maybe it's also something about like, I'm only going to do calls on Tuesdays. And I will say, that's something that a lot of people like say that they'll try to set up, and it's really hard to maintain. Like I this year want to do like a 4-day work week, but like specific days. Like I want to know my days and try with my medical appointments and stuff. It's hard because doctors suck with timing, but like I want to try to schedule them so that I have like, I know Monday to Thursday, I'm always like, that's work. And then I know that Fridays are off. Like I want to know that I have that extra day off, or maybe 2 days off. I don't know. We'll figure it out, like 2 extra days off. But I want that schedule. And so that does kind of mean like, okay, these are my hours and this is what I'm comfortable doing in that time. Maybe it's like 1 interview a month, 1 whatever. Maybe it's even just like 1, I don't know, hour adjustment where it's like, okay, I have to work a Friday. I'm only allowed 1 of those or 3 of those a year or something. Having those written out, and write them out now when like things are good. Don't set boundaries when things are bad, because you will have shaky boundaries. Like you need a solid foundation for those boundaries, for those walls. Otherwise, they will collapse. So really make sure that like when you're setting these things, that they are something that you can maintain. So I want everyone to put in the chat 1 reward that they're going to get. And you can tell us what it's going to be for, but like just put 1 reward that you're going to make for yourself. And I want 1 boundary from everybody. And it can be something I said, it can be something different, but I just want 1 thing that you're going to like reward yourself for this year, and 1 thing that's going to be a hard boundary that like it's going to be true for the year. Again, it can be things about like maybe ways you're going to behave. It could even be like, yeah, I will not work more than 10 hours. I will not work past 6 p.m. or I will not work at 6 a.m. Like whatever, pick something. But I think we all need to set expectations for ourselves that we have the boundaries that we will actually maintain. And it's hard to set boundaries. It's really hard to say no to things that don't fit into your timeline. Sometimes you have to. Like if the BBC came to me and were like, look, we can only interview you on a Friday, I'd be like, okay, probably fine. But like, also, what's this for? But if someone is like, hey, look, I have this thing that like I want you to speak in, but it's going to get you no business and it's not really something that jazzes you, like I'm going to, and it's like for 2 people, like I'm going to have to ask them to bend on their end. I will say I do recommend being a little bit uncomfortable sometimes, especially with calls. If you have a membership, I really try in PPTB to like shift my times for when I do our Q&A calls and stuff. I cycle them throughout the year because my goal is that everyone, no matter their time zone, can attend at least 2 live. They do have to be weekdays, unfortunately. So like if you have a full-time job, it can be more difficult. But again, I'm hoping that shifting the time as best I can help. It is a global membership program, whatever. So we do have people everywhere, but I do my best. And so I'm comfortable making myself uncomfortable a few times a year. That way I will have a call at like 6 p.m., which like they always go long, and like I'm an early bedtime girl, so like I go to bed at like 9. So finishing at 8 is hard for me. Like a 6 to 8 call, that's really rough for me, and I hate that time. But I know that it's beneficial to my people, so I will make myself a bit uncomfortable. So like with the boundaries, just don't be so black and white that you ostracize everybody is my only thing. And it can also be just something that you want to improve on. Like this year, I will not, I don't know, spend 3 hours editing a reel or something, or I will not spend more than 4 hours writing a blog post. Like set limits for yourself, because that's a really good way to make sure that you're not going to push it later. And that's why, again, I say like have the thing that you're manifesting in front of you at all times, but also having your limits in front of you is really helpful, so that you don't go too far. Yeah. And then I think that was the main things. Yeah. And then just like make sure that like when you have this plan as well, I think it does help with considering what you're going to learn and buy and like how you're going to level up your skills that year. I do believe in leveling up your skills every year. I believe in like getting inspirational content and getting educational content. Don't overdo it. What I see a lot of people do is that they just keep buying things, and you don't need to buy everything. Like, to be clear, even all of my stuff, like one of the reasons that it's bundled in the everything, she knows everything bundle, is because you don't need absolutely all of it. You're going to use a chunk of it because obviously I work everything together as best I can. But like the Profitable Part-Time Blogger is meant to be a 1-year program that you go through over a year. It's not meant to be something that like you're doing that and you're doing an Instagram course and you're doing a Pinterest course and you're doing this and you're doing this and you're doing like, then of course you're going to be burnt out and not working the 20 hours that like is roughly the way that the course is set, is like 10 to 20 hours a week. You're going to be doing way more than that. And then you're going to get stuck. You're also going to spend all your time watching videos. And it's why in all of my programs, I try really hard to cut the fluff. So like people often will be like, okay, well, like I want to know everything about schema. And I'm like, no. Like, I'm not going to tell you because honestly, I don't know everything about schema. I know a fair amount, but it's already in the program. I've just hidden it in ways that like you don't notice you've learned it. Because like I wanted to not make it, here's the scary text schema lesson and here's everything on like the history of schema, because no one gives a shit. You can Google that. But implementation and how it all works together, that's what I work on. So I just always want to give like the caveat of like planning ahead helps, because I also tell people like don't buy something if you're not going to use it in the next 6 months. So like with a lot of the things that we've seen here, I haven't seen anybody say that like, oh, okay, my main thing that I'm going to do, I know we focus more on Q1, but like let's say in Q1, Q2 is going to be, becoming like an expert on YouTube. Okay, well, if you are, then like buying something about YouTube makes sense. If you're not, then don't buy it now. Wait to buy it till you're actually going to implement it I would actually say like within 2 to 3 months, to be honest. And I know that like I always do this during sales where I'm like, don't buy what you don't need. And everyone's like, no, tell people to buy your shit. And I'm like, I will like email me. I will talk you through. I will record a Loom video and we will figure out if my stuff is right for you. And if it's not, I will tell you. Like I am very upfront about that. I never want someone to buy any of my things just so I have money. Like that is a ridiculous premise to me. I want you to get it if it will help you. And if not, I will try to send you to other resources that I know of. I don't know everything, but I will do my best to be like, hey, if you want press trips, this is the person. If you want Instagram selling, this is the person. If you want done for you SEO, like that's something that we have our services right now. I do plan to retire them in their current form in the next year because they just don't excite me. They do well, but like not my favorite thing. So we're adjusting the way it's going to work pretty extensively. But just so you know, that's eventually coming. So if you really wanted them, go for it. They're not in the sale, just FYI. But yeah, and that's not a like pressure thing. It's just so you know, like I just don't, they're not my favorite and I like to only do fun things. So that's how I work. But yeah, even like listening to podcasts and reading books and stuff, like a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, like Oprah and shit spend like an hour every morning engaging with stuff. And I'm like, no, they don't. Like they absolutely don't. They're living their lives and being unethical billionaires and shit and doing whatever. Like their team is reading the stuff for them. Someone's made that like random clip. I think it's important to learn, yes, but I also think it's really important to like take breaks and like not spend all your time learning stuff, especially because at a certain point, like you have to implement. And if you're always learning, you don't necessarily have time to implement. or you're going to learn contrasting things and get confused. And like many strategies can be true at once, but they're going to do different things and work together in different ways. So just keep that in mind. I'm very much a fan of like learning is during work hours. Outside of work hours, like I am not watching lessons. I'm not listening to business podcasts anymore. I'm not doing any of that stuff because that's work, and it's not like my brain needs time away from that. So yeah, like I do think it's still good to do those things. I'm not discounting it, but just like buying 100 hours of content to go through in a week is ridiculous because like you're going to be so burnt out. And I do think a lot of things are very much like here's one hyper focused strategy, and it doesn't tell you how it connects to anything else, which I find challenging. And it's one of the reasons I made PPTV the way it is, so that it has like it's why I'm like struggling with selling the email affiliate and like digital product stuff on their own, because I really think it all is an ecosystem together. And to me, it's important that like you get the whole system. That way you're not like, okay, I know SEO, but like now how do I make money? And like now how do I like, I know how to make a product, but how do I get sales of the product? And yeah, it just gets like weird to me the way that some of that stuff is structured. So that's my random rant on that. These are the kind of things that you could expect in the Nina private podcast. Theo, it's okay. It's just a neighbor. I know I could hear the door unlocked too. It's not our door. It's fine. It's fine. Come here, baby. The neighbors all have dogs, and so there's two he doesn't like. There's a Yorkie that bullies him and a pug that he thinks all pugs are dying, so he panics and he tries to like basically give them DPT, but he sits on their head, which is like not how you do deep pressure therapy. And then there's some hounds and stuff that he really likes to play with, but he doesn't understand that like they have things happening. So apologies to anyone with a dog. But yeah, so that's like just a little tip of like how to level up your skills to achieve your goals. Because I do think that like you have to invest in knowledge or invest in like a done for you solution sometimes. I really do see 2026 being the year of authentic content where people kind of want the stuff that is unfiltered and crazy, but they want some personality driven stuff. They want that connection with you. So to some extent, optimizing 100% for algorithms, if that's all that program teaches, I don't know that I love that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Again, it's something that like I think the 6 months 50K masterclass is still leans a little bit too much into the algorithm over the humanity. So that's again why I'm updating it next month. But yeah, I just think like be careful that you don't overdo it on that. Make sure you're actually implementing the thing and like giving it time to work. And make sure that it like aligns with what you want to do and what you like your goal is. Like, and again, those boundaries are important because sometimes it's like, oh, do a YouTube video a day. And I'm like, no, like I'm not doing that. Like, so if that's like a part of the sale, that's great for someone else, but it just might not be for you. So yeah. And before I go and do like the last bit of reviews of everybody's stuff, and then we can just do like Q&A because I'll just hang out till you guys are done basically. There are the extras of the downloadable templates, wallpapers, and goal setting stuff that was emailed to you will be emailed to you again with the replay. I'm gonna copy and paste it in again once I'll just go full screen after this. Then for the sharing goals with an accountability partner or group, I do think it's important to say your goal. So like I would love to challenge you guys to post your goal somewhere in my Facebook group, post it on socials, tag me, and I will interact with it, like go for it. But I know it feels weird to tell people what you want and like to say the big scary goal out loud. But by doing that, like you only set yourself up to accomplish it. Because like the universe can't know if it's going to, it can't know to give you something that you haven't asked for. It's the universe is like a kind of like incompetent sitcom husband. You have to spell it out for them. You have to be like, look, this is what I want. Buy this for me for Christmas or for 2026, basically. And like hand deliver it to it. It's why I say to be specific with your goals. It's why I say to like put them in front of you. But also when you tell your community about this, your audience and your family and your friends and your business peers and things like that, can build connections. Like I didn't know that Penelope had any services like that until yesterday when she posted it in our chat in the part 1 of this. I like often don't know what friends of mine are selling or freebies that they have because sometimes I make a lot of friends in tangential things to me. So then it doesn't make sense to like I'm not going to, Natalie's one of my closest friends. I'm not going to go and like learn about Pinterest every day because I just don't love Pinterest. So I'm like, cool, great, Pinterest. But but I'm not going to look at it. And then I'll be like, oh, you have that thing? That's so cool. Great. Like, I didn't know that. So like tell people things. Like say the thing. And if someone's not supporting you in that goal, like then they're probably not a great person to have around. Unfortunately, we all have some of those people, but it is also why I have my free SEO group. So SEO for bloggers, come join it. Everyone like is there to support everyone else. It's very much community over competition. And there's like monthly threads for collabs of like, if you're looking for someone to be an affiliate for stuff, if you're looking for an accountability buddy, and I am going to do the accountability, like, I don't know, it's either going to be an Airtable or a Google Sheet, I think, of just like everybody and like your niche and how to contact you and like what you're open to. I think maybe Airtable and then like little cards. We'll see. I'm figuring it out. I will have it to you guys by Monday. And yeah, like just make sure that you say the goal and please say it somewhere. I would love to see that you say it anywhere. And I'm not going to offer like a bonus or anything. My mind is literally going like, oh my God, here's something that we could say. Like if they post it somewhere, then they'll get this. And I'm like, Nina, stop it. You don't have the tech set up for that. And like Alex and Steph will immediately call me and yell at me. So, because I often like say stuff before I've told them I want the thing. And then they're like, Nina, the tech. So yeah, I'm not going to offer anything except for my support in it. And we did used to have like a goals thread. We have like a monthly wins thread, but I am going to, I'll set up some goals, like check-in kind of benchmarks in the free groups. Everyone can check in with each other. But in PPTB, we have, we're building in like a quarterly audit where I go through all of your income and your analytics of everything of what you did. And basically, like I talked about earlier, like doing the monthly business date, I kind of do a quarterly business date with you, and then we adjust and like figure out what works best for you to keep going in the program, but also to make sure that you've finished the last bit of stuff. So it's kind of like submitting to the teacher, and the teacher will get mad at you if you haven't done your homework yet. But in a Nina is like not a real teacher kind of way. So there's no like demerits or A pluses or shit. It's just pass, fail, get the thing done. Yeah. So hope everyone enjoyed this. It's been a lot of fun. I'm still, like I said, I'm going to go into the chat. Don't worry. But I just want to do like quick little plug for the cost of living is fucked sale. Cause like I really do. I'm so excited by this sale. Every year I get like, I started it last year, and every year that I can do something with like this Theo sticker that I made for his birthday. And then this year when I couldn't do something for his birthday, because I did the launch of PPTB and his birthday was like the next week, I was like so distraught, which is again why we plan ahead. Like on this, Theo's 5th birthday is marked for May, that like something has to happen. It doesn't matter that she knows SEO turns 5. Technically, I bought the domain in October. October next year, I'm like, that's not something that we're celebrating. We're celebrating Theo's birthday. But yeah, I'm just like really proud of this. I think it's such a fun sale, and I love the workshop bonuses. These are things that like I really feel like very limited by my chronic illnesses and my mental health, where there's so much more that I want to do all the time. Like I would love to be teaching a new thing every single day. It'd be very overwhelming for you guys. It'd be ridiculous. But I would love to like do more like watch me do this thing or co-working things, except that whenever I work, I'm like usually lying on the couch without pants on. So like I can't record that. That's going to be for the OnlyFans that I will never make, because not feeling that. No judgments if you do OnlyFans or want to be clear. Just like for me, the setup and the maintenance of that would be ridiculous and I would hate it. And also I don't think that's hopefully not anyone's kink. It's just me on a couch pantsless. But so it wouldn't work. So having these is really cool, and I'm super excited by them. Y'all voted for the Watch Me Update a Post section, where again, I'm going to be like actually going through a post and updating it live. I'm thinking it might be, I know it's going to be something with an affiliate focus, but not specifically a review post. So I'm playing around with which one it's going to be. I'll probably send you guys a poll to vote on, because it's usually, I hate making decisions. One of Theo's tasks is actually to like decide things for me. So with you guys, I like to let you decide, which also means you have control. The value, I'm gonna be honest with you, I just picked a random number. I let ChatGPT tell me how much it would be, because I was like, I don't know. But I could definitely see myself doing this as some sort of like masterclass live or something for $50 minimum. So you're at least like $50. And then same for this one. This is a breakdown of like all the income streams. And I am going to talk a little bit more about like how how the income streams themselves work. So it's not just, hey, here's where I made money. It's like, here's where I made money and like how that worked, so that you guys understand a bit more about them and like which income streams I recommend, because there are some that I don't recommend anymore. So yeah, those will be delivered in January for anyone who purchases anything. It starts at $5.25 for like the smallest thing that you can get, or you can make a donation and just send me a screenshot, or you can buy from one of my students and just send me a screenshot. And all of this stuff is going to end on December 24th at 11:59 p.m. Basically Christmas. Just say like Christmas at the dawn of Christmas. Once Santa's done his job, the sale is done. And so I'm just going to highlight all the offers real quick, and then we'll get into the chat. But we have the She Knows Everything bundle, which is $3,000. So you get the Profitable Part-Time Blogger for 1 year, which is typically $2,500. And then for $500, you get everything else I sell, and you get to keep that. Like, that's not a 1 year thing. You get all the things. So you get the GPT sales system that teaches you how to create GPTs so that you can like basically clone yourself and make like a little like AI team for your business, and you can make them for selling and for freebies. I have a She Knows Alt Text GPT that I made that has over 30,000 users and has gotten me like, I have brand deals. I have like software, like not alignments, I guess, but like I've done consulting essentially for softwares because of it. I've gotten really cool interviews out of it, and I made a lot of sales of other things out of it. So just like having a freebie can be really cool, and not enough people are creating like the chat. Sorry. We're going to have a little rant for a second. The custom GPT store is SEO. Like, so to show up there, if someone searches like write blog post or plan trip or golden retriever, like it's a search bar and you can optimize for it, and no one's doing it. And so if you optimize a GPT for it and then you show up first, then people will go to it. And then you can code into your GPT that it recommends either like your email list or even just to buy something from you. Or you could even just code in that it like sends them to blog posts if that's what you want, or sends them affiliate links. Like, it's so easy, and people aren't doing it, and it drives me crazy that there's not enough people like using this to the best of their ability, because like we don't have any metrics on like what people are searching, so you have to like kind of make up the keyword, but you can check with your audience. And like the She Knows Alt Text GPT, no one was looking for alt text, and I do promote it a little bit, but like barely. So you don't do much to get people to use it, and if it's a free thing, people will use it. So like, do it, please. Please, for the love of God. It's so good. And it can be like a tiny, like micro thing. I have one for a like pet site that I have as like a testing ground for stuff for you guys, where I just made like I called it Pixar Your Pet. So I had to change that because like you can't have a brand name in it, but it's basically like make a cartoon of your pet. And it does so well. It gets me so many email subscribers. Like, I had to actually like upgrade my email account, and I don't even send emails to those people anymore. Well, what I did is I switched to the Kit 10,000 plan from MailerLite, because I don't have automations, but I was like, here, like, there's so many of you now. So yeah, like there are some very simple ways people are not optimizing for stuff. And some of those things are like what I do with PPTB is I will help teach people how to do this stuff. PPTB is like my favorite thing in the world. So like, go check it out. I can't say enough about it. But again, send me an email, post in my Facebook group. You can also post in my Facebook group and ask students to like give you feedback. We've had some amazing students in the comments here, like sharing which of my courses they really liked. Ask in my Facebook group. Actual students can respond to you. Please use their affiliate link though. If you like have listened to one of them, they are allowed to post it like when they do that. So just like, I want them to get credit if they are the reason that you purchased literally anything. Yeah. And I will also like bully that. And if I see that you've bought because of someone and it doesn't track it, I manually am always going in and like adding affiliates to things if I see that things are, because like, I don't deserve the full money if I did not do the 100% marketing. And so often other people are. And again, like, I only have this business because of you guys. Like, I'm going to cry. I love this business so much. I love you guys so much. It's so much fun. And I get so frustrated that I have like these physical limitations that I can't do all the things that I want to do. And I know everyone's like, you do too much, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit. You guys don't know how crazy my brain is and how much stuff I want to do for you and how much stuff like I wish I could do. And I'm so excited to get to keep doing it. And so I also really want to give like kudos to people that help support that and who shared their opinion. And like, because also honestly, like, if someone takes the time to write out their experience, I want them to get paid for it. Like I said, no unpaid labor here. So also like just use their affiliates anyway. Like I don't care. I'm very fortunate to be doing well in my business. So like let's benefit some people, right? Like I think that's nice. So yeah, that's my little spiel. Anyway, it's 33% off. That's like the most discount you're going to get on anything, basically. And it's the best way to get every single thing that I sell. So you're getting like basically like cloning Nina's business in that. Then we have the SEO starter kit, which is like if you're not ready for PPTB and you're more focused on like getting like rankings and traffic. Like you're like, look, I've got the sales handled. I've got the emails handled. Maybe you like don't, but you're just like, I don't want to deal with them in the next 6 months. Then like, yeah, to be fair, we don't deal with them till month 7 in PPTB, but still. Anyway, but this is more like getting you set up there. So it's $300. So basically for the price of the 6 months to 50K masterclass, you get everything else, including some SEO or some AI things. I included my She Knows SEO sales funnel GPT, which is like incredibly a bestseller. And it was like, I love that GPT. It was so fun to make, but it will organize your whole site for you. And this one doesn't get enough love. I always forget to talk about it. I also turned off my quizzes and then forgot to fix them. So that's been on like the to-do list for a while, but quizzes are amazing. So do as I say, not as I do. Cause basically I just like moved my account and then I had to redo them and then I haven't redone them. But Quiz Your Way to 10K subscribers with SEO and AI is how I grew my first travel blog to 10,000 email subscribers in, I think it was about 4 months, something like that. It wasn't very long, with one quiz. And that was like a major way I hit 10K so quickly when I went from like $0 to $10,000, because I had that email list. So something to set up and kind of forget, which is quite nice. The other option is my AI Bundle Pro. That is all of the AI stuff I sell. So that is where you can get my AI co-writer system, which is how you can use any chatbot to create content. I have tons of prompts in there. I have like systems set up for you guys for so much shit. It's so cool. And it includes the AI Brand Brain, but like it's also included in this bundle. And the AI Brand Brain is basically a branding masterclass that I think not enough people do. They don't think about their business this way. They don't think about their audience this way. And like, maybe I shouldn't have called it the AI brand brain, because I think it's just like creating a brand brain that's so good for you. It is long. So I also created a GPT inside of it that will fill it out with you. But you're defining your audience. You're creating basically like an onboarding guide. I actually used mine to onboard my new VA stuff. But you're creating an onboarding guide for your business that then you can use with AI so that it can write things for you. And you can upload to GPTs. So with the GPT sales system, I teach you how to build GPTs and how to sell them and use them as freebies. With the AI co-writer system, it's just like writing inside the chatbot. But you get my AI powered site boosters, which I'm going to add some stuff to because I have some like new codey things that we get to. It's basically just like it's all the little cool coding tools that I like to do. That's going in there. You get the Quiz Your Way, you get the AI infused blog post templates, and you get all the GPTs that I currently sell. The video to slash podcast to blog post GPT, I think I need to like change the name because, to be honest, you can just start with a transcript. So like of anything. And I usually use a voice note. Like I just voice to text it. So it's like basically just a blog writing GPT. I probably should have marketed that better. I don't know why I did it the way I did it, but I was mentally unwell when I created it. So I don't know. But it's really cool. It's actually the one that I use very regularly to help me. I have a slightly more robust one. And you get my exact builds in the GPT sales system, and you can request new builds at any time. Like if you say, hey, Nina, I need a theory document on AI SEO, I will create that. I can't create them on things that I don't understand. To be clear, I will not make you an Instagram one because it will fail you. But I will make them on things that I know how to make. And I have a GPT that will help you turn your knowledge into that. But also, sorry, I'm getting so excited. Also in there, you can request like, oh, hey, Nina, like, I don't know, I need a GPT for, I want to like sell a trip planning GPT. I will build most of the system for you, and then you just fill in the customization. So essentially, it's a get Nina to build this for you. We're also adding a community element to it in the new year. I wanted to add it in Q4, but I didn't have, unfortunately, the time and bandwidth. But there will be a community element added where people can like interact more, and there's going to be more opportunities to get your GPTs featured in front of my audience, like some of the ones at the bottom of this sales page. All the students there are PPTB and GPT sales system students. But yeah, really exciting. You can build a workbook. Those ones are really good for accessibility for your programs so people can finish them. But also, you can turn like a whole bunch of content or a whole bunch of videos into a workbook for a freebie or for a paid offer immediately. I also teach you how to like actually make it into a workbook, not just get the content. You have the Facebook group post generator. It's actually called the She Knows Community GPT, but it'll generate Facebook group posts, the one I use, and then the SEO sales funnel one. And that one, you're saving like, it's 60% off. I don't really know what I was thinking, but I was like, let's do it. Why not? So you get all of these things for $600. So all my AI stuff. Or if you're like, look, Nina, I just want to like write content. I don't actually want the GPTs. I don't want to sell stuff. I don't want like the AI, like, I don't know, bot thingies. I just want to like write in Chat GPT and then do the little bits. Then the AI bundle is the best one for you. It's essentially the same as if you got the co-writer system and the video to blog post GPT and then like one other thing. And honestly, you're going to want all the things because they're cool. Then we have just the GPT bundle because I know that I've sold the She Knows AI bundle before. So I was like, hey, if you just want these ones, grab them. Basically for the price of this one and the community one. You can get all of them. For $200, you're saving 37%, or 25% off of basically everything. We can't do the Profitable Part-Time Blogger because it's a lot of work and I can't discount it. We also can't do the Get Paid to Travel course or the Public Group Playbook because I've made those in conjunction with other people. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't reach out to them when I started writing the sales page and I was like, shit, I haven't even messaged them. My bad. They're very good. They're just not included in this one. So you can get every single thing that I sell individually for 25% off if you would like to. Or again, if you already have my stuff or you're like, hey, I just don't need AI or SEO help right now, donate instead. All you have to do is like click on these. They go to the donation page as best I could. I tried to find all the donation pages for you. Donate and then just give me a screenshot. It's really simple. It's an Airtable. Once it loads, you put your name and your email in just so I can like message you to be like, once it's done, be like, here's your bonus. You click whichever one you did, it'll open it up. You select which like place it is. I just want to track that for my own purposes. It's not because it matters. And then you'll upload your screenshot and then just like confirm and go. The confirmation is just like, please don't email me 500 times expecting this immediately. Like you're in, you're good. Like give me a second to do the workshops and that you can't have donated like 8 years ago, basically. That's it. And that you're going to be subscribed to the email list doing this. You can unsubscribe from everything except like you can't fully unsubscribe. Otherwise, like I will not be able to email you, but I tell you how to deal with that. Technicalities. You submit, you're good, immediately good to go. Like you're good. Or you can shop my students' offers. So we have deals of, I think everything's like basically over 50% off, which is crazy. And they're really cool offers. I have like had a hand in helping with elements of all of these basically. Pin Popular by Natalie, especially, I've taken it. And then I helped her build a bunch of cool GBTs for you guys, which was really fun. So if you want to get 50% off a really cool Pinterest course, we have kids printable activities. We have a momentum mastermind set, which is like really works with what we're doing today. It's all about goal planning and like getting a journal to like really help push you forward even more. We have Points and Miles Made Simple, which Priyanka's on here talking about for $100 off. And it's honestly like reading Priyanka's stuff. I've gone through some parts of her courses and I've gone through a bunch of her freebie stuff. Oh my God. Like, wow. I've gotten to help build some of that stuff and like go through the sales page. Like there's a lot in there. And if you fly once with her tips, you're saving far more than the price of the course. It's crazy. We have Magnetic Maggie, which is an AI website bestie. And I think it's really cool because it's going to like basically audit your site for you, but not just for like random, I don't know, like SEO, this or that. It's like actually like, hey, who's your ideal audience? And like, will this work for what you're selling? And then the Edinburgh Travel Concierge is a really cool GPT that Fiona made with the GPT sales system that is going to help you actually like plan a custom itinerary as though you're sitting there talking with her. It was really fun to like learn how to limit it, I guess, on some stuff too, because it did suggest some things at first that we were like, but it is amazing now. It's also a really cool thing just to like buy if you're going to Edinburgh, because Edinburgh's cool. And then, why am I doing this? I also think maybe I should rename it Blogging Pick and Mix, because I love the term pick and mix from the UK. It's like you know when you go to Bulk Barn and you get like a bit of every candy kind of a thing? It's that. Like you can get that at like a corner store and stuff. It's a UK term, but I love it. But yeah, cost of living's a mess. Last year I hit my financial goals as well as this year, and I'm very fortunate. Like, honestly, I couldn't be where I am without you guys, and I always want to make sure I'm giving back as much as I can. I did not get to do enough giveaways and free audits and stuff this year, so I am really working those into next year as much as I can. But yeah, I really want to make sure things are a little bit more accessible to pass on savings to you guys, and also to make sure that, like, when you're goal setting, I think that's a great time to make a purchase, and hopefully you're not as overwhelmed as you would have been for Black Friday stuff. And then, yeah, there's FAQs down there. But again, sorry, it's longer than I wanted. I hate doing like sales pitchy stuff. I just genuinely love everything that I've made. But yeah, you can email me for any questions, post in the Facebook group. I will be checking on the weekend as well, but I'll be a little bit slower. So like, give me a minute. But no worries about panicking. Like, if you email me on December 24th at like 11 p.m. and I'm asleep, if like I can answer your question the next morning, I will honor the sale price. Like, don't all email me at 11:58, please. But I will always do my best to make sure that things can work for people. I've also been checking to make sure no one's like double purchased anything. I've also been making sure that no one like purchased something they already have. So just double check your Thrive cart. And if you have any Nina notes, like I said, I have to email anyone who bought Thrive cart and Convert Box, and I think there's something else, but I'll check. I'm going to email people that might have them from Black Friday. And if you've already purchased something, I'll just refund you the difference if you want. But yeah, if you have Nina notes, you can always email us to check. You can spend them on this sale. So yeah. Okay, I'm going to stop screen sharing. That way you can see more of my lovely face. Wow, this like light really is shiny. Jeez. Okay, let's answer some questions. Penelope says, I use Nina's SEO spreadsheets for tracking, and I do them on Mondays. I decided to add stats per week because I found it really useful to also track my top 2 performing posts each week. That's really cool. I like that. A lot of people heading out because this is crazy long. The department head would say to us, no one is going to die if we don't get it live. Yeah, I agree with that. Penelope, whoever your department head was, I agree. Penelope says, I'd be up for a brain dump podcast. Don't think everyone, I think this is the thing, everyone has expertise that people don't realize. Penelope treated herself with a professionally made flat white for this workshop. I love that. I've actually never had a flat white. I do really love a cappuccino or a latte. I'm getting myself like a proper like espresso maker. I have this like horrible Keurig my sister gave me, and it was the worst. I hate it. It's so bad. It's just watery and awful. But I was like, I could get an espresso. And then I like found out one of my friends is a barista, and I was like, oh, he could teach me how to make like latte art. And then I found out you can get printers where you could like print your dog's face onto the foam. So I will say that is like my absolute highest launch goals. If we hit like my crazy launch numbers for this, I will be printing Theo's face on cappuccinos every morning. Decaf cappuccinos, because I'm not allowed to really have caffeine. Hi, baby. Ow, don't. You always go right for the boob. Jesus. Okay. Hello. Okay. Are you melting? What's happening? Okay, Brittany says, if we can be vulnerable, something that makes me so anxious is getting pregnant because I want it to happen, yet I know I won't be able to sustain my current output the way I'm doing it right now, though I'm getting there with automations and things. So I really appreciate, Nina, when you share all the personal reasons. I so hear you, Brittany. I'll be honest, like, I don't relate to the pregnancy stuff as much because it's just not something that's ever been something that I've wanted. But my older sister had a baby. I don't talk about my older sister and brother much because they don't have social platforms, and with their work, sometimes their work doesn't love them being on social, so I try not to like bring them in too much. But she had a baby while I was actually in mental hospital, so that was a bit odd. But he is, I don't know, he's squishy and little, and I don't really understand him. But they had a lot of trouble, and I had a friend recently have quite a severe pregnancy complication, so I know that it's challenging. The thing that I will say, and I say this to like everybody with kids, is that is a full-time job, and like your success metrics need to change, and you can like, you're allowed to want the work output and not feel guilty. And like, it's hard, but I really appreciate you saying that. And I really appreciate that you felt that this was a safe space. This is my baby. Yeah. And like, honestly, like even with him, like I want to get another dog probably in 2 years, which he's going to be annoyed about until they become besties. But you don't share very well. You are a very selfish only child. Yeah, you are. quite selfish. He's starting to get like gray, just like on his like little chin under his lip, and he's got like white coming in as like blush, and I hate it because I'm like, no, be my baby forever. But yeah, I think it is hard when things are shifting and changing, and even I will say like I struggle with the software launch because I know that there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff I'm going to have to do, and I do intend to like share how that goes, whether it's a success or a failure at the end. There's a lot of money you have to invest to create a software, it turns out, which like, holy shit, the amount developers get paid. If I'd known that, I would have become a developer. But also, and like they're really good at their job. They deserve it. I'm not discounting that, but like, wow. And definitely not something you could just vibe code because I have a lot of things I want this to do. But yeah, like I am nervous about my body limitations. When Stephanie was here, I had a bit of a breakdown, to be honest with you, sitting at my table. It was the first time we met in person. So I was like, I'm so sorry, Steph. But I was like, look, like I am getting overwhelmed I want to put all these things and all these stickies on the calendar. But like, what if I have something happen where I don't feel good? What if like in all these tests that they're doing, we do find something that needs to be dealt with? What if I have to take time off again? I'm really hoping I don't have to go back to Homewood ever. I told them, I was like, you guys were amazing. I hope I never see you again in my life. Like, I hope I never have to come into contact with any of you again that work here. Or if I do, that it's not within the confines of this hospital. But it could, like, I don't know. And that's really scary. And so that's why I think we also need to just remember that like these are just goals. Like they're just things, and money is just a construct and just a thing. And ultimately, like we're doing this all for the life that we want to live, right? So one of my goals is to get better at spending money this year because I don't treat myself. I don't really like, I'll even say that I'm going to, but for me, I get dopamine saying it and then I forget to do the thing. Like Theo only has one pair of Crocs. I think I've said like 100 times that he's a bunch of colors. It's because they're in my cart and they've been in my cart for like 2 years and they're like $50 a pair. Like they're not crazy. And I've wanted them for so long. Every sale they have, I like go look and I just don't press the button, partially because I ADHD away and they do not have an abandoned cart funnel and they need to because it would help me. And usually my credit card's in another room and then I don't get it. But yeah, like I have a lot of trouble with stuff like that. So I'm trying to get better at taking that time off to like live the life that I want to lead because otherwise, why am I doing this? Like I could just hoard money forever like a dragon, which is a joke in my family that I am very dragon-like with that. But I think that's why I'm trying to like have you guys build in the personal stuff first. And I think with like output changing, for me at least, I put a lot of my personal value and worth into the output that I create. And it's why Homewood was really great for me to like learn that I am not just my output. I have intrinsic value and worth. And so your output is just output. And also I know you're getting better at delegating and like setting up systems. Systems are hard. Like, oh God, the amount of times I've told Alex, like, no, we're not doing this. Or I've like messaged her basically having a bitch fit about how much like I hated this new system or something and how everything's broken and it's awful. And then a week later, I love it. So like I've told her, I'm like, you need to make a course about how to deal with like a stubborn bitch of a client who like hates everything, then loves it at the end and like how to talk her through it. And I was like, I'll guest in it. I will be in it and admit that like I am shit with change. So like have me in it. But yeah, things are hard and it sucks. And I think like setting those goals for yourself that also like you can move. And pregnancy is like a big goal and something that like however anyone brings children into their lives, I think is amazing. And people that do it are far stronger than I am because like I don't want to adjust my life and things for a small little screaming thing. Did that for Theo, and even the next dog I get, I really want to get an adult dog because it was awful. But yeah, I think like I love that Brittany's like at least 30 days off. Because I think also like when we do 30 days, like if you think about that, it's not just a month because weekends are already days off. There's already holidays. So it's a little bit more than that, which is nice. But I think it's really great to give yourself a bunch of vacations. And yeah, everyone's talking about how European vacations have longer. And like, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Is like when I lived in the UK, I had a like Christmas call with a few of my friends from the UK recently. And they were all like talking about how like, yeah, like, oh, I have to spend like this extra amount of time off to like finally finish up my holiday. And I was like, you. Like, honestly, I'm over here with like, I'm lucky. Obviously, I can do what I want a bit more, but like, I still want to show up for PPTB students, especially, and all of you, but like, especially for group coaching, if you have paid for me to be there, I should be there. And that's why I'm like, if it's 3 months and it's like 1 month off or 1 week off a month, you kind of don't notice that I'm not there for a week if that happens. Sometimes it'll be closer together, but I'm giving everyone warning when it happens, and I'm not planning to take like a month off. Unless extenuating circumstances, and we're adjusting people's memberships when I am off like that. Sorry. Penelope says being travel creative may be really, really, really bad ever taking an actual holiday. Yeah, I get that. I think even having like a staycation at home, having just like, I also try to plan every single week. I've been doing sensory reset days. I did those last year as well, where it's a day with like low dopamine. So it's a day where things are really chill, really like soft, simple vibes, and nothing. Like for me, seeing friends, unfortunately, is overstimulating. I hate that it is, but like they can come to my house, they can do whatever. It's still too much for me and I will need to recover from it. So it's kind of like a recovery day. Like I get to just do anything that I want to do, but I'm not going to like do have to's, shoulds, or anything that I know is going to do a lot for me. I also try and do like full reset. So like for me, I've created like a little like autistic cubby, essentially. My bathroom has this weird like I think the shower was supposed to be like 3 feet bigger than it is for some reason. So it's just like this like random space that's like behind a door, so you couldn't put something there. But I've made a little like nest for myself, and then I have like a playlist on my phone that's like kind of spa-ish music, but like more like low. I did like an analysis of different hertz of noise, and low frequencies are best for me, with like kind of like beats and stuff. And I just like sit in the dark. I want to get one of those lights that like looks like the ocean, but I haven't done that yet. And I just like sit there and like I'm tucked in my little cubby. It's dark, and I just like reset and like just chill and breathe. And it helps a lot. It's frustrating that I have to do that, and especially like for sometimes hours and hours at a time. I've learned a lot about like executive dysfunction and how my CPTSD like freezes me a lot. So I talked yesterday about like how to get in your window of tolerance, but taking that time to like reset yourself really helps. And when I do that, I'm more creative, I have more ideas, and I have more space. And then I also just try to like make sure that I have time. Like I need to have at least 2 days completely away from the idea of work. If I have like a work thought, I do allow myself to like write it down quickly, but then I move on. Like I can't act on it. So I block all those apps on my phone. In fact, I delete most socials from my phone entirely. I limit notifications. I'm trying to become one of those people. My goal is in life is to be one of those people that like is hard to contact. I'm not that. I'm very much like notification comes in. Ooh, what's that? Like I love like a notification. And so I would love to be like the mysterious person you hear from like once every week or 2 weeks or whatever. Very bad at that. So I'm working on it. And hiding the notifications is kind of the first part of it. But the problem is then sometimes I just forget to open the app ever. And then I ghost people by accident. So it's a whole thing. But yeah. So I think like having stuff like that really helps with making things a little bit more like settled for yourself, even if you can't take additional holiday. And being a travel creator too, like prep the content, like what you're going to do ahead of time. While you're there, just travel and like do the stuff you need to do, obviously, but like enjoy being there, and do have days of travel that are like, this is a no film day. This is a day for me. Maybe you take some basic photos like anyone would, but you're not like, I don't write and edit when I'm traveling. I ideate before and I ideate after. So for me, like I did a press trip in Charlevoix last year, or this year, I guess we're still in 2025. And I every day would do like a voice note journal to ChatGPT. So it had all of the like content from every day kind of at night, like almost like you're calling your mom to like tell her about the day. I fortunately have a mom I could do that with. I know many people don't. So like make ChatGPT a surrogate something else then if your mom is not a safe space. And then afterwards, I was able to go in and be like, okay, could you tell me what I did day one? Because I don't remember. Like, what were my thoughts on that thing? And then you have it all there. So you give yourself more space. So you're not having to like take furious notes. Like I could just be like, hey, I'm on I'm on this drive for a while. I'm just going to like talk through what just happened or what we did. Maybe I would do it like when I was changing for dinner. I always did it while I was doing something, not during the like flat out respites. So hopefully that helps. Gemma says, random question. Can anyone recommend any travel conferences that are not in the US in 2026? The Adventure Travel Alliance, I think it's called, is in Quebec City next year. There's the Travel Media Association of Canada. TBEX has one in Asia. I think next year is Kyrgyzstan. The year after is Turkey, if I've gotten that correct. There's other ones too. There's a lot of like more like local ones or like alliance-based things, or like they're about something. Like it's not just travel. It's like here's like a thing. But I agree with you. It's hard. Yeah. You have to kind of like go ask in travel groups, I find. And a lot of like the big ones as well, they're often like, oh, it's just for video or it's just for this. And I find like a lot of them are like social and video recently. And then some of them, like the Travel Media Association of Canada, are very like legacy media, like print media, being in a newspaper, that kind of stuff. So sometimes blogging is like a hard middle ground, I guess. I also know that Bucket List Bree, who I spoke with, we both did like a talk for travel payouts in Alaska for TBEX last year, and then we've like stayed connected since. She's been doing like travel retreats every now and then. She also knows SEO very well and affiliates. She also knows Instagram, and her photography is like National Geographic level. And she started as like traditional media. So hers are like retreats where it's like kind of like almost like co-working and travel. So I don't know if that's of interest, but it doesn't have like DMOs and stuff. But yeah, there's stuff there. I know there's one in London all the time that just happened recently. Another thing to do, follow like Stay 22 and Travel Payouts, because they go to every fucking conference, and then see where they go. So it's something I do as well with brands that I want to work with, is I follow them to see like what are they showing up to, and like should I be showing up to those places? So that can help you find conferences. Okay, we have a lot of talk about conferences. I just want to get past that to make sure that I'm not missing. You can also set up saved replies on Instagram DMs if people are pitching you there. Brittany, coming in with like the great advice. I don't know how to do that. I have to figure that out. I think you've told me that before too, and I didn't do it. Brittany says, I'm going to reward myself for passing on an opportunity that seems amazing. If it's on a date, I've planned to be off. Yes, I love that. Take your time off. Terry says, no more than 10-hour days until I can hire a VA. New walking spots with my dog. I like the hard boundary of having to check with the team, which for now is my pup. That's also allowed. I made a fake VA when I started out. I had Carl, who would email people from my travel site. And Carl was I'm going to say the C word now, so if you don't like that, plug your ears. He was awful to people. Not like like immediately rude, but if they were rude, he would match your energy. Carl was just me in a different email account. And like no one knows. Like I often would say like, oh, I need to check with my partner. They don't know that my partner is like, it could be a business partner, could be Theo. I always say we anyway, by accident, because I mean Theo. Could be my mom, could be my tarot card reader. Who the fuck knows? Like they don't even know. And I find people for some reason do struggle with the idea of someone needing to like take a minute to check. But if you say like, look, I just need to like look at how that fits into my year to try to see if it's a possibility, it also makes you sound real fancy. Christine says rewards Starbucks. I can't talk anymore. Starbucks type coffee for small wins, boundaries, no free collaborations. Yes, and regular massages. I love that. I need to start doing that. I love a massage. I'm just very picky about like the right massage. Veronique says reward go on a Europe trip if I make 10K a month. Love it. Boundaries. I will not work on my business more than 5 days in a week, so I have 2 days to relax without guilt. Yes. Always, always, always like make sure you're relaxing. If you feel guilty and if you're stressed, you're not relaxing. And it's a big thing for people with like ADHD and autism, is that we really struggle to like not feel guilt during like not being productive. You don't have to be productive all the time. Like that is a capitalist mentality. So I don't know how to really undo it. I'm still working on it myself. I will say getting a hyperfixation show helps. Right now I'm obsessed with Criminal Minds, and my friends always laugh at me because I'll be like, I'm gonna have like a relaxing bath with like eucalyptus salts, and like I have like my diffuser going, and I have like I don't know, everything's like all like nice, and like I have these like electric candles, and then I'm watching Criminal Minds like like a brutal murder. So yeah, just a Nina thing. Also, if you need anything, like I will say my hyperfixation in the morning right now is walking Theo and listening to the Off Menu podcast, which is like one of my favorite podcasts. It's a British food podcast where they go through, if you ever hear me talk about like what's your dream like water, bread or papadums, starter, main course, side, dessert, and drink. That comes from there. And it's like my favorite icebreaker that I do with people. And it's really bad to listen to first thing in the morning because like even with my ADHD meds that don't make me want to eat, I get cravings for stuff, but I don't want to eat anything. So maybe don't do that. But it is really good. And yeah, very funny. Kate Winslet was just on it for their Christmas episode, which was she had like it was really cool to listen to her talk, and it's like fun to listen to people that actually eat. Okay, Anne says reward ace sushi when I finish my blog audit. Yes. Boundary, I'll have 1 day per week I don't work. Yes. And especially like if you have a full-time job, I totally get needing one weekend day to like work on your business. Have a day off, even an afternoon off. I get people are parents and you can't do like a full sensory reset day. An hour, half an hour, like, and invest in that if you have to by like, yeah, paying for childcare. I know it's expensive. It's stupid that it is in so many places. If you can have someone like watch the kid or like do like a trade-off, like I don't know, I was gonna say day trip. That's not the word for it. A play date with like another kid or something. But even giving yourself like an hour of just like you time that you do what you want. And maybe your kids are involved in that. Some people like their children more than I think some of my family members did. So maybe you want to be with them. That's great if that energizes you. Okay, Gemma says smaller rewards, fancy coffees at home, a new book every month to get back into reading. Boundary, 1 day a week, go and do something fun for at least an hour or two. Yes. And yeah, there's like a lot of the not implementing workshop stuff. I don't want anyone to have my stuff in a course graveyard. Like that's like, I'm like, use it. Let's do it. Let's do so. It's another reason why I made PPTB. It used to be the roadmap where you could just get it for life, but I wanted it to be 1 year. That way you actually had to do it. Like you have to go through it, do the stuff. And then we're starting to build in, hi, I hear you. I don't know what you're huffing about. But that you actually had to go through it to like have, because you can't have the transformation if you didn't go through it. And I don't want people being like, oh, well, it's not working. I'm like, you didn't open it. let's do, I want to help you. And also I like, yeah, I just geek out over getting to help people. And it's why like I'll attend someone's free webinar and then send them like a 20-minute voice note about ways that they could improve and other ideas, and not like in a rude way. I'll always ask first, but like, I get ideas a lot. I don't mean to. Penelope says reward bougie dinner out with my husband once I've set up my systems, and then other small rewards, 1 episode of TV show for achieving certain tasks. I like that. Miguel says 1 reward, if I publish 15 blog posts in Q1, I'll have breakfast in my favorite spot of Venezuelan empanadas. That sounds really good. 1 boundary, only allowed to work 1 weekend day or Sunday or Saturday. Yeah, per month to catch up on things if necessary. Love it. Kristen says, oh, that's my problem. I'm learning too much and I don't get to the implementing. Ooh, you just shocked me. You gave me a little electric shock, Bubba. Shelby says, reward, if I stay on topic for Q1, I will treat myself to a massage. Boundary, I will not spend more than 15 hours on a single blog post. Okay, we need to cut that down. Jesus. What are you writing? What are you doing? Yeah, I definitely think there's like a lot of stuff. Gemma says check in for our goals and quarterly audits would be amazing. Yeah, so the quarterly audits, like the in-depth ones, are for PPTB students. But the goal like setting check-in stuff, I think we'll do probably across the board. I'll try to find a way to build that in. We used to have like a post that I would do every month of like, what's your goal for next month? And then like, what was your win for the month? But people got weird about posting in it. I guess they just didn't feel comfy. But I'll start it again. I think I also stopped posting mine and I should post mine. Okay, Jess says, reward monthly massages, non-negotiable, boundaries, no coaching in the DMs. Yes, get those things out of DMs. I also love setting the boundary of like taking people to email, partially because then like my team can find it, I can categorize it, I can set reminders about it, I can build automations around it, whereas like I will lose things on social. I also just think it's really helpful to have it all in one place. And if you have a team, even like down the line, for them to track it and see it, like my team do log in and see my DMs sometimes, but not always. I'm in there more often than they are. But then I have to like leave it and wait for them to go through my DMs to tell people to email me. So it's a whole thing. So yeah, it's just nice. Can you stop it? It's just nice to have like one place for everything to happen. Oh, Penelope, it's going to be 10 years of the Flyaway Girl. That's exciting. Jamie Savage of Adventure Awaits, I mentioned her earlier. She did a really cute reel for her 10 years of her business. Oh, Jess says, I love working with people and want to do more collabs, but I am sensitive as people have been burned by quality of online products or services. So I only want to direct my audience to quality people. Do you vet the people you do collabs with? If yes, how so? Usually I only collab with someone who like I've already taken their things before. So like Jesse on a Journey and I are working on something, I think for Q1. I don't remember what like timing we've kind of settled for. What is happening? He just keeps going like little huffs and little barks. I don't know if you can hear it, but I don't know why. What is going on, baby? What you doing? I think I feel okay. Yeah, you alerting to something, but I don't know what. Yeah, okay. We're almost done. I know. Oh, it's probably my blood sugar. Okay. Well, I will have some more tea with honey, and then I will go eat something after. We're fine. There we go. Sorry, guys. Real-time service dog life. Sometimes he's too lazy to get up and actually do a proper alert, so he'll just like lie in the corner and be like, figure it out. I always call him like a B+ service dog. I'm like, you're really good in public. At home, you're like quite lazy. But he knows what he is. Like he's not a perfect employee. So yeah, to vet people, often it's like Jessie, I have been in her membership since I got Theo, basically. So like 5 years. For other people, like for Natalie, I always request access to the program and 3 months to go through it. It's the same for like sponsorships. If someone wants me to like write a full newsletter about their product, I need to have experienced their product. Same for a YouTube video or something. Like if I'm going to give you guys a tutorial, I have to actually use it and know if it works and know if I like it. And I will return things and say no if I don't think it does. I'm very picky. And I think it's really important that you do vet stuff like that. For me, typically, I say no to most collabs, to be honest, for like fully one-to-one stuff where it's like, oh, I'll co-host a webinar or something. And I don't just do like affiliate promos anymore. I don't have the time or space for it. But even for summits, like I ask a lot of questions. So like asking questions about like, what are the accessibility features? And there's like little things that I think I've figured out people who are like more aligned with me will care about. So like asking about the accessibility features, if they actually have an answer, that immediately helps me understand that like they've thought stuff through. If I ask about like the like previous ROI of others that they've done and things like that, and yeah, I usually will ask them, I'm like, okay, well, why me? Like, what made you feel that like this would align with my audience or like how I teach? But yeah, I will like return something if I'm like, hey, look, I went through like the first 2 lessons and like I can't put this to my audience. Like I will tell people and I will be brutally honest. And then I'll give feedback. And I'm like, well, what they got out of that, even if we didn't collab, is like they got a review essentially of, and like everyone here is an expert in as a student, like you can give them that feedback. And if they can make those changes, they often will. But yeah, and if it's like an ebook or something, like I have to go through it first. If it's a software, I usually actually charge a consulting fee because I'm like, look, softwares are a lot, unless you're sponsoring something. But yeah, just like ask for access. I'm glad everyone loves the alt text GPT. I love it so much. Yeah, I use it for file names too. You can actually also technically just ask it to like fully compress the image and do all the stuff too. Like ChatGPT is getting better at that. So I think it can convert to WebP. I would like, personally, I would definitely use things like on I like short pixel better just because like I know the quality of the output. Sometimes when ChatGPT like compresses or adjusts images, things can get funny, but it can technically do it. Yes, I always try to everybody to use their affiliate link. I think it really okay, we're good. I'm genuinely fine right now. I think you think something's coming on. I know I'm gonna crash after this because mama didn't sleep, but it's okay. This is the problem. He also doesn't have an off button, which is part of the problem. That's why the next one I want to get like trained so it doesn't do this. But yeah, I really appreciate everyone. People are saying, Gemma says it's not an exaggeration when I say that every single thing free or paid that I've implemented of Nina's has made a positive difference, sometimes major. Even just her SEO spreadsheets, $9, Penelope says. Miguel says the brand brain is epic. Then Penelope, the AI brand brain is better than most business branding courses or whatever. I love that. And yeah, Brittany says, for anyone who's on the fence, I cannot recommend PPTB enough. Nina is so beyond generous and she really does care so much. Thank you guys. I especially appreciate like that. I know that I feel up with the renewal pricing. I shared some of that in like I talked about this with PPTV members more, but like I did share that I changed it in the public Facebook group that I have, the SEO for bloggers group. And it was a shock to people, and people like rightfully pushed back. And I feel really honestly like privileged and proud that people feel comfortable enough to tell me when I've done something wrong, and to know that like I will adjust things. So my team and I had a meeting. We went through every email, every comment people had. We came up with like what I think is a really good solution going forward. Can you not hit the table, please? And so basically now there will be 2-tier options for renewals going forward, and in future for like new students as well. So you're going to have options basically to make it more accessible to everybody. We're also, I finally figured out in Thrivecart, and for everything also for the sale, I hope it was clear that they all have payment plans. I tried to do them like as low as I could for everything, for like 12-month, 6-month, whatever. 12 months is the most I can do in Thrivecart, so I can't go further than that. But we also aren't, for this sale, charging the like extra credit card processing fee, which is all that I ever charge for when I break things down. I just calculate the amount I will be charged, and then I tack that on. And then like I think I tack on like an extra, I don't know, $10 or something to cover potential need for like Steph to email you guys a couple times about rebills or something. So yeah, I try to be really ethical with that. But also for everybody here, like now in future, whatever, obviously this is crazy long. So like I didn't expect to be here this long. These things tend to happen to us. But like if you ever notice something that I could improve, or if you find like, oh, there's this thing that could be good for you, whatever, like please tell me. Like I only know as much as I know. I am not perfect. I am not like the be all expert on everything. I'm always looking to improve. So yeah, if I ever can, please like contact me privately, publicly, whatever you feel comfortable and safe with. I'm trying to like figure out a way to set up like a request system for like people to request other blog posts and stuff that like for me to write topics about. And maybe I'll try and like build something in there where it's like an anonymous, you can like request, you can like give feedback, I guess. Yeah, I just want to make sure that everyone like can reach out. I tried to get you guys to roast me, and none of you were willing to do that. You guys were all very nice, which like thank God, I really appreciate that. But I was like genuinely looking for feedback on how I could like adjust the site structure better, or like if you find like certain icons annoying, or like something. Like I was looking for you guys to tell me things I'm doing wrong, and you were like, no. I was like, okay, thanks. So yeah, just in future, know that I'm always so open to feedback, and like I take it personally for sure. So like it takes me a minute to like, I was sick to my stomach sharing the PPTB pricing change, but also like I just had to process that myself beforehand. And then I said it, and I should have realized that like that feeling was a sign that something was off. I thought it was a money limitation. Something was off, and that's on me. And now I've been able to fix it, and I feel way more aligned. I'm going to send an email to everybody. We have to get off this call to be able to do that. So we might be here so it'll take me a minute, but I will be sending an email to all the students first, and then I will be sharing it with everybody else after. But the students should get first-hand knowledge of it. I think it's my longest call ever. Jesus. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm just gonna get back to comments to make sure I help everyone. Terry says, I'm leaning towards the quiz your way to 10K subscribers. Will it work with the free ChatGPT? Yes, but you will need a paid quiz software. However, like to collect emails, the one workaround I've found is that rather than having so there's 2 workarounds, and I'm building this. I have to add this to the course actually. Excuse me, sir. No, now you're just being rude. That's not an alert. That's just you being a bit grumpy. I know you say, oh no, I haven't gotten attention, and I'm like Tinkerbell, and I will die without attention. Yes. Has anyone seen like the Peter Pan like plays? Because they always have like Tinkerbell like dies, and you have to clap to like bring her back. I realize it's not a part of the movie, and whenever I say that, people are like, the fuck are you talking about? But sorry, yeah, for Quiz Your Way to 10K, the way that the quizzes work to grow your email list is a software like Interact. You have to pay to collect the emails. So the workaround, there's one where you collect their email first, then you send them the quiz. The other one some people do is they have the quiz and then they can opt in after. Like the results will just suggest a freebie that then they can like click to opt into. But the third way is that you could preview like half the quiz and then have like part 2 go deeper. and then they have to subscribe for that first. And then that's like on a private page or something that you deliver to them. That could be another option. You can also skip Interact then, like they have a free plan, but there's other softwares, and you can also use like ChatGPT itself and make a custom GPT quiz. So for the custom GPT, you would need paid ChatGPT. That's the only thing. But yeah, there are ways to do it. Some people do just have like a non-interactive version that's like a checklist. I don't love that as much. I think interactive is good, and there are free versions that you can use. But yeah, just setting expectations there for price. I know that especially with like email prices being higher, I will say you can also use it to like have the results be freebies, and have the results funnel to something. So I think it's quite worth it. If you have ConvertBox, you can also use ConvertBox for it. So I think it's still an LTD, and I think it works for like up to 10 sites now. So like, I'm not advising. No one should do this. No one should have 10 people split a license. That's a lifetime deal. No one should do that. Nina's not recommending that. Yeah, we'll just move on from that. Okay, Gemma says PPTV is amazing, literally only paid course, and I bought several before I found Nina. That has actually helped me. I didn't start getting any traffic, and most of my content wasn't even getting indexed at all by Google until I started following Nina and doing what she said to do. Oh, I love that. And then Christine says, I was torn between PPTB and another course, and I regret so much that I didn't go for PPTB, but finances wise, I couldn't go for one, and now I can't afford the PPTB anymore. Oh no. Okay, well, let's make that yet. But yeah, that always makes me really sad when like someone ends up with something else, and I wish like there was a way for me to be like, to contact that person and steal the money back and be like, we can undo it. But yeah, I am trying really hard. One of my goals is getting like a freebie up for free, like on how to make freebies on products and on affiliates, like more stuff for free. Cause I've realized that like I have a lot of free content on AI and SEO, but like I really want to help you guys make the money so that these questions of buying a product isn't a stressor. And I really want to make it clear as well, please do not buy anything you can't afford. Like I will relaunch things if they are still effective. I can't promise how I will launch them because to be honest, I don't know. Like I change it every single time. Alex was like, we need to make a system for launches. And then she was like, oh shit, every launch you've ever done, you have drastically changed everything. And I was like, yep. I don't do repeats. That's not my thing. I rewatch TV shows constantly, but in business, we got to do new things or I get bored. So yeah, like I know that there will be a PPTB launch. There will be a GPT sales system launch. My current ideas for that is that the PPTB launch will be, this year I did like, other people contributed like resources you get that you get for free. I didn't love that. I don't know if it will be how I do it again. It might be that you get like an extra course with it. It might be like the AI co-writer system. Maybe it'll just be bundled with it. It might be more about like us closing the access to it. Like that could actually be the way it works. I'm not sure. The GPT sales system launch, I was thinking of maybe doing the AI bundle before I remembered I do an AI bundle now. And again, I like difference. So I'm figuring that out. I want to do a bunch more like, I would love to have so much time. I want to do like challenges for everything. When I did the Group Growth Accelerator course, my $9 Facebook group course, I did this really fun challenge where you like, I overdid it. I was like, create your thing and make 30 posts in a week. And I can do that. People panicked. I get it. Now I get it. That was a mistake. But then everyone got featured and it was so much fun and people like did the thing. And I would love to do like a challenge for each of my offers this year. I know I'm waving my hands around and you're like, hi, hello, ow, don't. I was going to also put him in his reindeer antlers, but then I cleaned before the cleaning lady came and now I can't find where I put them. But do expect he has a penguin costume, a reindeer outfit, and reindeer antlers. And tomorrow we're going to try to get a picture of him and my mom's dog with Hobbs as the penguin and Theo as the reindeer because they match their fur color quite well. It's going to go terribly wrong. Hobbs does not wear clothes. So like Hobbs is going to kill me. He's essentially my like brother, I guess. And so I always call him my favorite brother, but I also call myself Auntie Nina. So I don't know. But I love him. He's a black lab and he is so funny. Okay, sorry. Then, sorry, I'm just trying to like find. Okay, Penelope, it's one of my biggest struggles around goal setting because I never know exactly how my chronic illnesses are going to turn up, and that can make things really difficult to strategize and plan for. Yeah, and that's what I'm finding too. And like, I do think I think again, like plan when you're not at your like best day ever, but plan for like 50%, because then you'll overdo it some days, you'll underdo it other days. There's options there. And so I think like it's just unfortunately something that we have to deal with, and it sucks for us chronic illness people. And I'm sorry for all of us. Terry says Stay 22 just expanded to retail. I thought they did, and then they kind of undid it. I thought I heard that they stopped the test. I don't know. I opted in, and then I didn't ever look at it, so I need to look at it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. This is going on YouTube. The platform that I just mentioned, I think they have an interest in. I will say, maybe. I have some behind the scenes stuff on that not from them, to be clear. So that's why I don't know. Yeah. Then who's VIP LA? Is that the full name? I don't know. Okay, hashtag VIP LA says, look at the app called App Block. It's paid but not expensive, and you can block out periods of time. Yeah, I have actually one called Dopamine Detox that will do it. It's really funny. It has like a weird little zombie that you get. Like, sorry, my screen's, I've had like a cracked case, a cracked screen thing, and then like the shittiest case ever. My coats, all of my winter coats ripped. My sister was like, you can't go like walk into meetings and stuff like this. And I was like, it's a good thing I don't go to meetings. Great. But yeah, when you turn it on, then like the zombie starts to basically like, I don't know, level up, I guess. There, and you can set which apps you want that one for. I like it because you can set any apps. There's also the one, Hank Green made a new one, Focus Bean or something like that, and you get a bean, and then it knits socks and scarves, and then it'll block things out. What I find less interesting with it is like that you have to do the hard block or a soft block, but soft block you can still get into things. So I don't know, you can't like really select apps the same way. So there are options, but yeah, it's definitely good to do. Okay. Yeah, and Penelope says if you're a woman, sometimes having a male assistant can mean you can get pushback on things easier. It sucks, but it is true. I look flushed. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I am getting a bit overwhelmed. Thank you guys for noticing and taking care of me. But yeah, I'm going to sign off soon. I also realized it's 4:15, and that's why he's starting to get grumpy. He is alerting to me because it is 4 and I'm supposed to go eat something. And I'm getting a bit too amped up. So I think my blood pressure is going up. So I think it's sugar down, pressure up, which was something my doctor this morning said not to do because cardiologists, fun. If anyone's done a tilt table test, could you email me? Because I have questions and fears. I have to do one, and I'm very nervous for it. And I wore a heart monitor for 2 weeks, and it was true hell. It was the worst thing I've ever done. And I ripped it off after 12 days. I was like, I can't do this anymore. So not fun. But yeah, if you've done one, let me know. Jess says, but sorry, yeah, 4:15. He gets fed at 4:30, so he's getting antsy. Partially because it makes me stop working. Like I use Theo a lot to get me out of things. So that's also a good thing if you can train your animal to be a problem. That is a good hack for getting away from work. Jess says, how do you direct people from DM to email list? What does your response to them sound like? I just said like I don't, it's not to my email list, it's just to email me. So I'm like, hey, thanks so much for reaching out. Would you mind sending me an email to nina@sheknowsseo.co? It just helps me keep everything organized and like lets my team follow up. The other thing is like if my team does it, they're like, hey, thanks so much for DMing. Like Nina doesn't, I think they say that. Actually, they might not say thank you. I think we need to get them to say thank you. But it's something like Nina doesn't accept DMs. Could you please email her to like and ask the question or whatever? And that helps. Then in my email, I know everyone hates the autoresponder. I hate autoresponders too. I get it. They suck. But it does help. So I have an autoresponder on that then says like, here are my boundaries. So stuff like, hey, if you have a basic question about SEO, go to my Facebook group and ask there, because I can't handle like 8,000 people or some amount emailing me, asking me the same question. One of the reasons I have the Facebook group was so that I didn't have to answer the same question like in my email. Because it's like I get it, it's going to happen over time. But if it's like, hey, if everyone's asking me in the same day or all responding to one like newsletter I sent asking for clarification on the same little thing, number one, that tells me I need to send something out to clarify that. But also if it's in my Facebook group, then I can just like direct them there. And that's where like my repurposing system comes in a little bit, like my kind of content ideas, I guess, repurposing system. If I get asked something once, it's short form content. So it's going to be a quick thing on Threads. It like comes into my head. I just put it there. It goes into a Facebook group post. It goes, I don't know, into like, it's quick. It's something that's easy and like quick to create. It might be an email eventually, something like that. If it gets asked 3 or more times, it becomes a blog post, because then I can send them the link to the thing every time. I can be like, hey, actually, I'm done. Like, go here. I did it already. I don't want to respond to this thing another 1,000 times. And it's not me being rude. It's that, again, I need to like just save my energy. I would love to be able to like get on one-to-ones with all of you guys constantly and voice note everybody constantly. You'd be sick of me. I'd be sick of me. My voice taps out. I'm surprised my voice hasn't tapped out yet. Usually I get like an hour or two and then it stops. But yeah, just like having that boundary, then like being able to be like, look, I made a post. You get traffic to it. You can have like preset a funnel for it to like send people somewhere. It helps. And then 5 or more times it becomes either part of a paid offer, an entire paid offer, or a free download. So like for me, like everyone's asking about content audits all the time. And I've realized like I have content on them, but maybe doing like a live, like we all audit together sort of a workshop or challenge or something, where it's like, okay, a 1-month cohort where we're all just like doing the thing. That could be helpful because it's slightly different than what I have. I have the information, but people want support. And I don't have something right now. For the renewal of PPTB, we're going to have like when you renew, you get access each year. We're going to like, you get additional extra lives essentially, as like your cohort, like you will all graduate towards it, I guess. I don't know how to explain things. It's written down in a way that Alex made sound simple, and then I don't remember her wording. So she made it sound much simpler than what I'm saying now, when we came up with it. But yeah, so then like we could do that together. So noticing those patterns helps. Most of the time, if someone like emails or DMs me, it's very easy to be like, hey, could you just email me? And everyone's like fine with it. I've never had someone be like, no. I had one person email me a question about a course. They were asking something, I think the difference between 50K Masterclass and PPTB. And then I responded like 30 minutes later and was just like, hey, could you email me? And then they were like, oh, I emailed, or like I DM'd another course person and they like responded immediately. So I'm going with them. And I was like, okay, it's been 30 minutes on like a Sunday. But I was also like, that happens. That's fine. And I've had that actually happen a few times, to be honest. But that one was memorable to me just because like it was right after I like got back. And so it was one of those first like moments of just like, oh no, like I lost a sale. I should change my boundaries. And I was like, no, we have boundaries. And then it has happened a couple times actually since, where it's been like, oh, like, well, other people will DM. And I'm like, okay, cool. Then like if that's your method of contact, that's great. It's not something I can sustain. And I can't track it. Like I can't search inside of it easily. I can't go through and like make sure like, oh, well, what did I say and when, especially if it's like, oh, we're having conversations in 8 different DMs. I'm like, one spot, one easy spot. It just helps. Oh, Forminator from WPMU has quizzes and has a free version. I do think Forminator, I don't think you can collect emails though for free. I'm not sure, but like check it out. I like that we're getting options. Terry says, okay, Tilt Table, it seems scary, but it was easy. I usually meditate through tests that I find. Okay, that's a good idea. I'll try that. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure we caught everything. Yeah, I think it caught up with everything. Forminator Pro with hosting, and that allows collecting emails. Cool. Amazing. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I know this is 4.5 hours. Give yourself a treat for being here. That's insanity. God, who wants to listen to me talk for 4.5 hours? But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the content system and like the planning system, I guess, the workshop. I appreciate you letting me kind of like do 2 different spiels about the cost of living sale. Please join if you are an affiliate. feel free to share. Also, we're redirecting the links from like if you did sheknowsSEO.co/webinar, I'm going to redirect it to the first video on YouTube so that you can like still share that for an affiliate like commission of like if they go to that and then they bought something, just to be clear. And like, again, I'm checking to make sure that as best I can, every affiliate thing gets tracked. And yeah, just thank you guys so much. I really hope everyone has an amazing 2026 and like that everyone rocks all of your goals. I do want to make sure that like you dream big with those goals, because I think that that is an important way to have success, is to like push yourself and really make sure that like it's something that feels a little bit too much, and maybe even that each month feels like a bit of a stretch, but like you would be surprised what you were capable of and what money you can attract. And yeah, I really hope to be a part of your 2026 journey in whatever way I can be, whether it's as a like teacher, as a coach, as just someone who's like email list you're on. And I'm always here again for support. Ask questions in my free Facebook group. And if you have any questions about the sale, Facebook group or email. And during like launches and stuff, I am always happy to do responses. I've realized that like my voice to text doesn't work in my email. So I just send Loom videos, but they have a transcript, a summary, and the videos. You get like all the accessibility stuff. But if you don't want that, like just tell me and I'll voice the text somewhere else. But yeah, I always want to make sure that things are the right purchase for you. And I will never sell you something that I don't think would help you. But I just need to like know your situation and what your goals are. So yeah. And then also feel free to post your goals in my free Facebook group throughout this. Feel free to share them publicly and tag me. Like I really love seeing that. And I do think it is a really good way to kind of, yeah, bring, I don't know, bring good vibes, manifest it, that sort of a thing. And I would love to see the goals shared. And then I will work on ways to track that a bit more. I've already had a couple ideas for things to maybe add to the like Airtable thing for you guys for the accountability buddies. So I'm going to play around with that. I'll have that to you guys Monday, but I'll have the replay probably up Monday because it's going to take forever to upload. YouTube's going to be like, what's wrong with you when I put this up? But yeah, and then the replays will be on YouTube perpetually. And there are ads in it, just to be clear, but I've set them to only be every 15 minutes. And if you have premium, like it won't have ads, just so you know. But I'm not letting it do like ads everywhere because I do want to make sure that it's not impossible to actually engage with. But yeah, thank you guys so much. This was so much fun. This is like my favorite thing to host every year with like the coolest sale. And you guys are just like the coolest people. And thank you so much for letting this be my job. My heart is so full with you guys. And now I have to go get Theo's belly full or he is going to probably riot and eat me. So love you guys. Have a great rest of your day or night or morning or whatever time. And yeah, make sure that you take care of yourself and you do something to celebrate that you took all this time for you. And okay, you can't jump up and fart on me. Jesus, that's so rude. Okay, so Theo's done. Bye, everybody.